Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, May the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Kiri. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Wonderful. Not so wonderful for FRC, guys. So that is it. FRC basically going out of business. JP Morgan, it's like they're taking over the assets, etc. So that is it for FRC. Now, you will notice that my get this up here. I have a huge number of ones from the close. Also, though, quite a few down from the close on Friday. So, got definitely a mixed bag. And again, we've got all these China names still. Some of them that did not move that much last week, but are moving this week. Too many to really talk about, but I'll talk about the ones that are top right now. There's QH. Yeah, QH is up 116%. Again, they're all China names. Very low float, 1.23 million in the float. So I'm going to assume most of these, if not every single one of them, will probably be less than 10 million in the float and lower. So anyway, here's QH. And if you're looking for a reason, don't look for a reason. It's just one of those things, or into a little rotation into these China low float stocks that all of a sudden they just they grab momentum, and rooms like this, we happen to see them, and some are going to take this trade at some point, some may not, but it's that simple. So don't look for a reason. There's no reason. HLP, the next one. HLP actually was on the top for the most of the time, but look at this one, up to $37, back down to 9, 3.5 million, still up 114% though. SNTG, another one. And that popped up to 8, back down to 388. So a lot of them have already given up most of their gains, but they're still up a huge amount, 96%. But again, 1 million in the float. MDWT, I don't know if this is another China stock. Not that much volume though. So this is not, I'm sorry, it is not China. I'm sorry, the flag got delayed. It's a US stock. They're going to be acquired. This is an acquisition. Give me a break. Oh, 100 million. I thought it was going to say $100 when it was at 26. So this is going to be an acquisition. Speaking about an acquisition, look at ISEE being acquired for $40 a share, approximately $40 a share. I know it's sitting at 37.79. Just don't go and buy it just because you think it's going to happen at 40. You never know. But it does seem pretty reasonable it's going to go ahead, because if it doesn't go ahead, there's a termination fee. I don't know if that's one-sided, of $222 million if Estelius doesn't. Well, they will pay. I'm sorry, they will pay if it doesn't go through. Okay. Anyway, there is IC. Now, PLRX is a major gap down on financing. PLRX, major gap down on financing. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. It's another one that is a big gap down in financing. This is no, actually, this is sort of a mixed bag. They release some. It's a bio. I think it's 2A results and stage 2A, phase 2A. Initial reaction was way up here to 33, but look at the sell-off now for PLRX. I'll bet you there are people thinking, I know PACW came up with earnings last week and it didn't appear to be so bad, but the market is certainly still freaking out with FRC. This was kind of lumped with FRC when all this was happening. And I'm not saying it's the same. Absolutely not. They had earnings on the 25th, and definitely was a lot better than expected. This is the one that did the financing. I'm sorry. YCBD. YCBD did a financing and just getting hammered down on that financing, down 39%. Financing is at $2.10. Now, unfortunately, I really, last week I was definitely into these more higher price stocks that had earnings that were being hammered down in the pre-market, and then finding a way to trade them once the market opened, and did very well with three of them last week. Well, I was looking for one today. Not that many earnings plays, of course, pre-market. There'll be a ton more tomorrow. But CHKP, this is an expensive one. CHKP, it is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Okay, through the 200-day moving average. So I'm going to stick an alert down here at around 119. That is the low of the pre-market, and see if it takes that out later on. And if it does, if you look left, there's a whole ton of room underneath, about 112 on the weekly chart. So we'll have to see if that happens. Not very much volume at all, but the volume will pick up for sure. But right now, there's no volume. Israeli stock. Wafu, China Education, another low float China stock. Doesn't really matter now what the sector is. Before we thought it had to be bios, but nope, or fins, financials, but nope, doesn't matter. This is only up 14% though, compared to the some of the other ones. Through the 200-day moving average still for WAFU. Ascend, ASND. Yeah, so they had positive response letter. However, it is starting to fade here quite a bit. Actually, it's almost down $10 from the high. ASND. So definitely a mixed bag here. It gets FDA rejection, but company hopeful as no new trials are requested. So that is definitely did not express concern about the clinical data filed. No, so rejected to approve yet, I guess. Anyway, so that's why this is definitely a mixed bag. Ticker change, CIIG. Okay, let's go Zap. Zap. It's a great name. What is it? A bug killer? Okay, so far nothing much yet, but that's a good spot, Captain. You never know. There's another China stock, ILAG, ILAG. And this is another earnings play. It's TGTX. This could be one that I might have to take a look at. TGTX, but yeah, too much of a pop. It is an earnings play. TGTX. It's actually gone positive though. When I first saw it, it was down here around 23. So I'm not really seeing anything that's super interesting to me on the short side earnings, other than maybe the CHKP. But of course, the volume's got to pick up. Now, the trade of the week is DHI. Trade of the week is DHI. Home builders have been strong. This is almost an all-time high. So the suggested entry and how you trade it is completely up to you. But the suggested entry is about 110. You can see that on Thursday, it got up to 110.37. I would probably, if I were going to do this, I would probably wait for that. Excuse me, and that will be an all-time high. DHI, that would be an all-time high for DHI. Yeah, we have a ton of companies this week releasing earnings. CDLX also I was noticing popped in. CDLX popped in here, and it's only up 14%. I mean, we're getting sort of jaded with these China stocks that are up 100% already, but this is up 14%. Announces update to bridge earnout payments. Okay. I forgot to mention this one, NNOX. That was the one that was number one on my list. Number one in that is the first one I saw this morning as it was moved screaming higher here. Another Israeli stock, lots of volume, receives FDA clearance, pioneering a new era in medical imaging. Okay, so that is the news for NNOX. And let's see, on the weekly chart, the high is 10 something. Of course, it broke through that pre-market. Not a low float, 44 million in the float. And there was a crazy one that was that popped through a dollar. I can't remember which one it was. I think it started with a P also. I think I might have posted it in the room. It was PRFX. PRFX. PRFX just went crazy for a bit. See if it's still over a dollar. Nope. Look at that. That sell off. So it got up to $1.09 and sold right back down. Announces positive safety data in first part of phase 3 clinical trial. Bunion bunionectomy. All right, getting rid of bunions. PRFX, but it has come right back down. No, PRFX. So the market is weakening a little bit as we're as I'm talking here. Some kind of a there's a red candle forming. All right, let me see if the upgrades and downgrades have hit my inbox yet. Yes. So let me get some of these. So there were more upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. So let me get a few of them in. GM upgraded by Morgan Stanley. I think GM has earnings this week. I think they do. GM. All right. So there's some of the I'll get them into the main room. I've been typing them into the our Discord room first. GM. I think GM has earnings this week. And I'm wrong. Okay, I thought it had earned for some reason. I thought I read it had earnings this week. Boy, that's a nice pop for GM though. With that float, 1.3 billion in the float. I guess this is just on the Morgan Stanley upgrade. Turns bullish on GM. Target raised to $38. Okay, I'll get the downgrades in. All right. So why is Guggenheim downgrading IC? I'm going to have to look at that press release a little more closely. Okay, I want to take a look at this. Yeah, this press release from IC being taken over at $40 a share. Okay, Apellis weakness. Oh, that's why I saw this APLS. I saw APLS this morning moving down. APLS. Okay. Okay, so I guess that APLS must have been in the running to take over this IC, but IC has decided to sell themselves to this Astellas, $40 a share. But then it appears that if this merger doesn't go through and it's IC's fault, that they're going to owe Astellas something like $220 million. Wish William were here. I think that's what it said. And Goldman sticking to their buy rating, but this is of course before that happened, before the IC merger happened or potential merger. Well, yeah, it must be the same market. You would think it's the same market, but I know I read that if it doesn't go through, that IC will pay Astellas $220 million. But that would take the only way I can see that happening is if some other like this company APLS comes in and says, you know what, we'll buy you for $50 or something instead of 40, which would take care of the 220 million. Anyway, interesting. Yeah, good morning, Paradox. Okay. So TGTX, sort of really interesting. TGTX, mixed bag, definitely on their earnings. Nice big gap down and then a pop. It's actually gone positive now. Just give me one moment, please. Meanwhile, one of the big China players here, HKD is sinking. China players. I mean, I'm talking about the low float China stocks that went crazy. This one didn't actually go too crazy last week. Not compared to I didn't even see top this morning. TOP, what is top doing? Only down $40. All right. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. We're in for mildly negative open. So let's take a look at the major sectors. Click on new from our toolbar, dock channel bar, and then show more. That'll show me get down to my sector status. Take a look. All right. Well, what we're seeing here, interesting. So these are the major sectors: XLE, energy, major energy sector, and these are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% of them are down from Friday's close. 100% of them down. I haven't checked the price of oil, but I'm assuming it has moved down somewhat. So, and the rest, is there any strong sector? Not really. Not really. They're all kind of around 50% or so. So, no strong sector. And as usual, now because the market was up on Friday, let's see if some of these ones, major sectors that were below the 200-day, how closely are they getting back? The XRT was just below, not just below, so it's still quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. There's XRT, the retail ETF. That green line that you see is the 200-day moving average. So that one is still below. Consumer discretionary was another one. XLY was another one. It was hovering right around it, in fact. Yeah, okay. So actually, it is now above the 200-day moving average. And of course, financials are still going to be below XLF. But look at this, getting closer, guys, getting closer. It's not that far away from the 200-day moving average. And financials having a little bit of a pop this morning, even with the FRC news. I want to just take a look at consumer staples. Yeah, so these are really moving away now from the 200-day moving average. Take a look at communications, XLC. XLC was getting a little bit close, but yeah, I see what was happening here. But then the last 2 days, you can see it was starting to get closer to that 200-day. But the last 2 days, nice pop. Let's just take a look at technology, XLK. And the same thing, almost like communications, a couple of days of red and then 2 days of popping away from the 200-day moving average. So really, guys, there's only so retail and financials, the only two that are below the 200-day moving average. Hmm, interesting. But you ask questions like, do you, or I know you're maybe just throwing that out. Nobody really knows. Okay. I mean, I have no, I'm not, I don't, nobody can really predict, do I think it's going to hit 40? I have no idea. Yeah. I mean, the buyout seems to be at 40, but it's weakening ahead of it. So that's what I was trying to say. Just because we see a potential, a news release says a potential merger at a certain price. That doesn't mean just pile in, sell everything you've got, pile into IC, and wait for 40. Lots of things can happen, but nobody really knows. Okay. All right. Anything else sneaking in here? So that CXAI, of course, is active again. One of the AI. It's really the main one now. Yeah, Byron, don't say that. Don't say that. Okay. Mateo's very new. Okay. Yeah, but he doesn't know you're kidding. Okay. There's some new people here. And so I want to make sure that it's hard to know. Like kidding in a trading room is difficult to do without context. Let's take a look at that checkpoint, see if volume is starting to pick up a little bit. CHKP, a little bit, but not much. Again, I have an alert set down here around 118 or so. This is my, I suppose you could call it my focus, just in case it gets down through the pre-market low. CXAI on the move. CXAI on the move. What did it got up to on Friday? Got up to 1762. I don't think you can't trade. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. FRC. I mean, I don't think, I think this is just like this IVB. I don't think it's going to come out of its halt. I may be wrong. Well, CXAI definitely on the move, guys. CXAI on the move. Again, low float, 1.8 million in the float. The high on Friday again was 1762. You're just looking to see if there's anything coming in late that is maybe not China. Boy, look at all these ones that are up at least 10%. CFMS, what's this one? Well, JP Morgan, I think, is taking over all their assets, such as they are. Right. I think that must be my friend William saying there's less than a minute or 2 minutes. Okay, guys, actually, less than a minute, guys, for the market to open. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Typically won't trade in the first 15 minutes. The only way I'll do it in case that CHKP maybe takes out that low. Now, I have a price alert for it. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, immediately if it gets down here. But I definitely want to know about CHKP if it hits 119. And we are now open. Right, just looking at some of these flyers in the pre-market, and well, there's the HLP, but this had a huge pullback. I mean, it's got up to 38 something. Yeah, I mean, you've got to just. I mean, okay, listen, traders will be looking at this, the fact that it got up to 37 in the pre-market. Doesn't mean it's going to get to 37 again. And as I'm speaking, it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it's so early. And we have a halt. So HLP is now just halted. HLP just got halted. Volatility halt. Now NNOX. NNOX. That just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout also. Here's another China stock. Just got halted, guys. JXJT. Coming at us really fast right off the bat. And wow, the CXAI, it pulled back and then it exploded over 15, pulling back again a little bit, but exploded over 15. Okay, so PLRX had some news pre-market. The initial reaction was really good up to 33 and then just sold off. And it's through the 200-day moving average. PLRX through the 200-day moving average. This is halted. I believe this is going to get halted. PLRX. No, sorry. You just said it was not trading and it was sitting right at 22. Another strange trader, guys. TGTX earnings play. Earnings play popped up to $29 pre-market, then sold all the way back down to 23, and then now moving back and has gone positive, but really, really erratic. Okay, there's the CHKP. Now it's at the pre-market low. What's the volume like? Volume is starting to pick up a bit. I'm going to reset that alert and see if it takes it out again. A bit of a spread issue, but it's 118.60, 119.18. Bit of a spread issue, but I mean, it's what is that? About 40 odd cents, and it's really widening. It is a $118 stock though, but all right, I'm watching this. Boy, the spread is spread is difficult right off the bat here for the CHKP. It's about $1 sometimes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave it alone until that spread tightens up just a little bit anyway. Well, guys, I guess for my 10-day daily breakout, a little too early for me, but that was the one so far. NNOX 921 and briefly got up to 976, but look how severely it pulled back. So you've got to be so careful when you trade these. You've got to be on top of them. What did I read this morning? Carvana is trying to do some debt restructuring or something like that. CVNA. Is that right? Oh, wait a minute. Oppenheimer maintains with a coverage and with perform, no price target. That is for CVNA. All right, guys. PLRX showing up now on my 10-day daily breakdown. Pre-market low is down here at around 20. And this has room if it wants to. I mean, what's the low down here? 18. All right, definitely. Wow, boy, that's a tough spread right now for the PLRX, but definitely watching it. We had the alert at 2184, but it is early. Again, the attraction to it, of course, is that through the 200-day moving average. And when you look left, there's a ton of room. Well, ton of room. $18 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for PLRX. Okay, so a couple of these China stocks, WAFU, WAFU, and QH. Yeah, QH is really, really, yeah, I mean, man. All right, waiting on this PLRX to see if it takes out 22 again. Let me put a price alert there. PLRX, put a price alert down at 22. This is a momentary pull up, perhaps. I want to see if it gets back down to that 22 level and runs down. Just the spread, it's got to tighten up. Mm. Yeah, QH got halted. You're right. I think SNTG now is starting to move, guys. SNTG starting to move. MGI, MoneyGram just showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. MoneyGram, MGI. All right, guys, PLRX getting closer to that 22 break again. All right, PLRX, and the spread is actually now tightened up to only 3 cents. Let's see what happens on this one. Will it really break down? Boy, there's a big pop now for ASND. ASND after that pullback. ASND, we got popped about $6. Maybe not quite six, $4 from the lows to 76. I'm definitely watching this one, this PLRX. I want to see after that pull up. Okay. MRKR. I know it had some, I did see it in the pre-market, had a bit of a lift. It's up 23% now. Market stock rises after plans to sell cell manufacturing assets, okay, for 19 million, approximately $19 million. So they're going to get some cash, reducing their overhead by about 11 million annually. But this is still weakening, guys. This MCRB is still weakening. Had 3 bad days. Earnings are coming up. Yeah, you have to really read the press release about IC. It looks like they are being bought by a company called Astellas. Now, the press release says $40, but as we all know, something could happen. But that's the press release regarding IC. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. I know that's why you guys were talking with Sophie. Wow. SOFI earnings play. Looked okay in the pre-market, kind of okay in the pre-market. Market opens and just a big sell-off. SOFI. All right, guys. PLRX is getting more and more interesting to me anyway. Again, this is, came in here early though. 936, 2184 for my 10-day daily breakdown. It popped up though, but again, this is looking weaker. The only issue is it had, the press release came out, it popped up here initially up to 33 and it sold off. However, let's go. Mm, shoot. I was afraid of that. It hasn't happened for a while. Doggone it. I'm going to have to restart trade ideas. Son of a. Ah, sometimes when I do a multiple delete, it hasn't happened for maybe a month or so. I'm going to have to restart trade ideas, guys. All right. Nothing I can do about it. I don't think anyway. Escape? Nope. Not a big deal, but it's just means now I lose all my original alerts. You moment, guys. Be one moment, guys, as I let them know. All right, guys. Well, I guess I won't delete any price alerts right now. Okay, guys, really waiting to see if this PLRX can break through 21 again. I am in it. I'm just want to see if it can break through 21 again. Stretch, Stretch Cunningham. Look at ASND, guys. ASND. Boy, what a wild one today. Up to 87 pre-market, all the way back down, drops over $10, comes right back up $7. The PLRX might knock me out. Basically, where I shorted it, but it's still kind of spready. Okay, CXAI making a new, almost making a new high. Sorry. Yeah, so the high today is 1574. One of the CHKP, what did it do? Did it take out that 119? No, you see, it did not take up. Well, I have my price alert set down here. Briefly, it did, but it popped up immediately. Look at the market. Look at this market. Woohoo! Look at this. What a nice cup. Time is it now? 9:54. So another 6 minutes for this one to close. So that is a big couple of green candles to start the day, start the month. Top. Okay. Top a halt up after the halt. Probably got halted. Did he get halted down also before? Can't remember, did GTX, did that show up in my 10-day daily breakout? I can't remember now. Probably. No, no, the relative volume, unless the volume is huge here. Yeah, the relative volume's too low. Did it? And the relative volume is because remember my filter is 8 and right now it's only 5. So okay, it must have really exploded at the very beginning at 9:32. Okay. What price was it at I can do a history, but I'd rather not. What price was it for TGTX in my 10-day daily breakout? 25.95. That's pretty good then. 27.46 now. Okay. All right, guys, let's see. Gee, it's ticked off. Oh, look at that QH. Wow. Now, what price did QH come in my 10-day daily breakout? I mean, it's pulled back now, but it was probably earlier than 480, right? I think that's probably where it came out of the halt. Was it 410 or so? 411, thank you. Got to be quick though, but no question that if you and what about the SNTG? Again, that's late. I know it was earlier than that. Probably did not have a big pop. All right, guys, I'm basically out of the PLRX flat. Too bad. Well, I'll keep an eye on it, but it doesn't look as promising as it did before. I really was hoping I had some profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. Okay, CAAP. I don't think I've really seen this one. I know I've seen it in the past, but I at a Luxembourg, probably for tax reasons. CAAP. All right, MWG. Is this moving down? Oh, this one. Yeah, MWG. So this is another. A lot of Singapore stocks now. I'm saying this is not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers, MWG, not shortable for me. All-time low. I guess it's started trading as MWG a few weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. All right, ET, little okay. It's an earnings play tomorrow, after hours tomorrow. ET, pull back to the VWAP. 1302 is the VWAP, so it pulled back. JX, JT halted on the way down, I guess. I haven't looked at AI at all. AI, take a look at AI. VWAP 1839, so just a little bit below the VWAP right now. Will it hold? Remember, it's an area. Let's see if it holds that area. If not, yeah, you're right. 790,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers to short. All right, schizo market. So we had a big, huge first 15-minute candle. Looked like a big, huge second 15, except it got sold off. Look at that topping tail. And now the sellers are taking over for a while anyway. All right, another China stock, guys. Another low flow China stock. We didn't see this one last week. TAN H, low float, 1.1 million in the float. Starting to move here. And don't look for a reason. There is no reason except they're low flow China. That's the reason. Hmm. This is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not many shares, 12,000 shares. Let's see, where could it stall? Another low flow China, WAFU, WAFU. Again, this is showing up in my 10-day daily breakout. I don't know if it showed up earlier, but running up, running up, running up. That's what I'm hearing. And that is, this is my momentum up. WAFU, WAFU. Ah. And the float again, 1.2 million in the float for WAFU, WAFU. I don't have any idea where the next highs are on the weekly. I have to expand this somewhat. So the next highs are $4 or so. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but look at this market, guys. So we had a huge topping tail in that second 15-minute candle, the 945. Here's a red. Now we've got a huge bottoming tail. I mean, we're really in this, choppy territory. Oh, they're all dangerous. They're all dangerous. Any one of these low flow China stocks, they're extremely dangerous. Look at NNOX now, guys. NNOX. I think it's over 10. And the high in the pre-market was around 12 through the 200-day moving average, which is at 10, sorry, $10 is the 200-day moving average. So it's through it again. Catch up. Bid. I'm. Who was with me on that PLRX? It's still. I think was it Jay reshorted? Okay. Yes. I'd be. I. A very tight rein for me though. Jane, she hasn't been here in years. Top. Yeah. Okay. I'll look at top. What did it get up to? Got up to 90 and pulled right back down to 78. Well, maybe second time luckier than on the PLRX. It looks like, boy, if it takes out 21. Mm. Is it tops or top? Oh, Jay, we're getting close here, Jay, on a 21 break. Nice spread now. Finally, 2105, 2106 for 21, 2103 for PLRX. So the spread finally kind of tightened up. All right, guys. Well, if you so that alert actually was at 2185, right? Yeah, I think it was at 2185. I had to remember I had to do a reboot, so it's not really reflecting where it really was. 2185. So Luis, any reason why the China it just, it's just one of those things. It's just market stuff. Okay. There's no reason. There's no fundamental reason. It's just trading. It's like being at the casino and all of a sudden, the China stocks become in favor and it's like a tidal wave. Okay. So there's no, don't, if you're looking for fundamental reasons, there aren't any for these low flow China stocks. Hey, Alex, in our YouTube room, I want you to show your face. And you know why. Come on, Alex, where are you in our YouTube room? Wow. Okay. But sometimes there might be a fundamental reason why a whole sector is moving. Oil, for instance, oil prices spike up. Okay, so you can on that day you maybe want to trade oil. Um, China, I don't know, relaxes regulations, so the entire China market moves. But in this case, no. I mean, at least there is news, for NONX. There is some news. FDA marketing clearance. So, I mean, there is some specific news. But again, you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to figure out, well, why is this happening? You'll just drive yourself crazy. If you're an intraday trader, you just try to take advantage of it as best we can. Wow. Funny how all this works. I mean, when I was in this first time, the PLRX, of course, this is what I wanted it to do, this, but it had the little pop up, a little breakdown underneath 22, though. Remember that my original alert, I'm pretty sure was 21.85. You took it out the second time. You said, okay, well, let's try it one more time. Well, guys, again, the next low looking left for PLRX, now that the bid ask is starting to get a lot nicer, $18. That was the big attraction in the first place. $18. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but all that room down there. Why enter so low? What do you mean? I wasn't going to take this in the pre-market. It's just all about my 10-day daily breakdown. Boy, the TGTX, what a nice move from that. Also, the 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, I've covered some guys in case it wants to pop up over 21. So I have covered some of the PLRX. Actually, an AI alert too. I didn't realize that from our, well, I call it our daily watch list alert. Yeah, I'm continuing to cover now. It's getting, that 21 mark. I'm not going to get too greedy this time on it. Don't have very much left. What's running up? OSW running up. OSW running up. Another, where the heck are you out of? NASA. Okay, the Bahamas. Nice flag, very colorful looking flag for Bahamas, for the Bahamas. Low float? No, not really. 67 million in the float. One spa world. Obviously, it's a tax havens. That's why they're there, I'm assuming. Maybe not. Cruise ships and destination. Maybe they're really out of Bahamas. Okay, anyway, this is starting to move, guys. OSW. And next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1277, so it's above that. Lots, oh no, yeah, lots of shares available to short on this one. 7 million, 7.5 million at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised. Look at this schizo market, guys. Wow. I mean, that 10 o'clock, 15-minute candle looked like it was going to, well, it was a giant red candle. Looked like it was going to wipe out the first half hour, but nope. Buyers stormed back, and now they've gained control again. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:20. Nerve, NERV. This is starting to move also, I think. Yes, Nerve. Now, this is coming right into the 200-day moving average. Now, this could stall it, okay? Look at Nerve, NERV. This is actually shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. Not a huge number of shares, 24,000, but it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'd be really interested to see how close it can get to the 200-day. Look at this market. Look at these topping tails now for the on that 15-minute SPY candle. Topping tails, bottoming tails. So this one got halted on the way down again, JXJT. So again, forget about this one. This is, oh, there's the Zap. Okay, Zap. Yeah, okay. So this is now trading as Zap today. This was a, what did Captain K say? It was a SPAC that turned into Zap, ZAPP. And see, the pre-market high was 1081. Sure, put an alert way up there. See if later on in the day it takes out that high. Oh, let's take a look. I haven't really looked at the Dow or Nas, so there's a little disconnect. I mean, the Nas is down a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's basically flat. And I'm probably going to regret not having any more PLRX left. Yeah, this is just too choppy for me. I really wanted to take a short of this one, CHKP, maybe underneath that 120, 119-ish, but it's just too choppy for me. Macy's? When does Macy's have earnings? Not till the end of the month, May 25th. So Macy's has earnings. Very choppy also, though. Look, I mean, I'm just looking at a 15-minute chart. I mean, that's Friday's action. Look how choppy it is. Um, Up like bottoming tails, topping tails. AYX actually wasn't that an, I think that was an earnings play last week. That was one of my candidates, perhaps, for a short. Yeah, April 27th. So that was yeah, so that was a Friday action, because it had earnings after Thursday afternoon, once the mark after the market closed. So that was the reaction right here. Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, this is not quite an all-time low, but underneath that whole number. And your question is Robinhood, HLP rose in the pre-market. Yes. And your question is, if you're looking for a reason, there is none. Just low flow China. Wow, look at PLRX. Shoot. Oh well. Okay, so Robinhood, do you have a stop? Question in our YouTube room. Went up and it's going down now, wondering to hold or not. So first of all, I'm not a financial advisor, but where did you buy it? And what was your stop? If you didn't have a stop, then that's the first thing, of course, that we always talk about in this room anyway. You know, you get into a trade, you can't expect it's going to work 100% of the time. So you must have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay, well, I hate to see that. You know, you bought at 10 and now it's at 550 with no stop. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to sell it, you know, because 2 seconds later it could pop up. But I mean, you know, in the next time, have a stop. Especially these things. I mean, these things are just, you know, they're just wacky. Well, looking at GME again, I already have some short. I mean, I don't often do that, but I do have some in my real account that I've been shorting that I've shorted from way up a lot higher. But I'm looking at a 19 break again, and this is from several weeks ago. Okay, and I still have this short in the simulator. 2294. In our YouTube room, Jay. No, nobody in this room. Well, it could be somebody in this room also would have bought HLP at 10, but nobody in the room. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Just unfortunate, yeah. And with these very low floats, I mean, you put a stop in, you're gonna have fairly wide stop, so you cannot take too many shares. If you have tight stops, you'll get stopped out left, just almost immediately sometimes. Man, I'm gonna relook at this PLRX again. Relook again. Okay, I'm going to take another look at PLRX. Just one moment. Okay, guys. What did this OSW do? What was the one I was looking at? Yeah, a lot of shorts available. Got up to 13, I think. Sophie, was a rocky ride this morning. Yeah, it had earnings or released earnings. I have no idea what they guided, how they guided, but yeah, a little bit of excitement originally up to $7, but now the reality, and it's right at the 200-day moving average, right at it. I mean, it could bounce, but I mean, you're right at that 200-day moving average. Will it hold it? 579, so it's right at it. If it doesn't hold it, the next low is looking left. It looks like there could be some support, around 560-ish or so. CDLX had some news this morning. I think CDLX, is that Cardatronics or something? CDLX had some news this morning. Cardlytics. Um, yeah, now it says update the bridge earnout payments. Sorry. Okay, so Zap got halted on the way down, I guess. Yeah, I got halted on the way down. Okay. It's a trading as Zap it was a SPAC before. Yeah, CIIG. That's what it was before. Started trading in the pre-market as Zap. Could be interesting looking forward. Okay, see if it takes out these. No, I don't mean today necessarily, but in the next few, maybe this week, maybe next week, takes out those highs. Those highs meaning these pre-market highs of 1083. Ooh, PLRX. I don't know who. Okay, guys, this is actually I didn't even realize this. It was actually our watch list on our watch list. I call it our watch list now. A very good one. 2167 on the alert. 2015 now. This might get close to that 18 level. All right, guys, 10:35. So I'm going to quickly go over some of the things you'll find on my watch list, including you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. We have a nice 25% promo on right now. This is really giving it up now, guys. It's PLRX in a huge way. What channel are we looking at in terms? Well, you mean you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Sangtan. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So that I don't know if that answers your question. Or are you talking about within Trade Ideas, what channel? It's not a channel. This is my layout. Which I am sharing, Well, I'm sharing individual scans out of my layout. So I'm going to go over right now. Call you Adam? Okay, I'll call you Adam. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So we do have a 25% off right now, Mayo 25, in honor of Cinco de Mayo on the 5th, but it's starting right now. 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to find. So we have four plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium 2,000 less the 25%, annual standard 1,000 less the 25%. The big difference is what I call our watch list, and how you trade that will be up to you. But you can see it did have PLRX entry at 2167 on the short, and and that, of course, it was way down below 20 at one point. So anyway, that is what the AI or our watch list is all about. If if you're thinking about taking out a subscription, start off with a monthly. This is what the monthly cost. Standard 118, premium is 228. You'll get the 25% discount off the first month only. And then if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you decide, though, within 30 days after taking out a monthly that you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual. The reason for taking out an annual, of course, is that your per monthly cost will be less, but you have to come up with the money up front. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay. You must do this. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. It runs through your download and install, first startup and login, etc. If you're new to trading, we've got a nice trading course for you. Trading 101 goes over a lot of the basics. As basic as the first video is, what is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading, a great free resource for you. I do a stock of the day video right here. It's free. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Trade of the week is DHI. Let's take a look at the trigger. Trigger, I think it was 110. And it was that 930 candle. So I guess it did. So it barely triggered 110.03. It did trigger, got up to how you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. All right. But that was the trigger. And you can see, I mean, this is it's a home builder, and obviously that sector is strong. This is basically an all-time high for DHI. But how you trade it will be up to you. Yeah, so I can't help you on the accounting side. If you want to plead your case, you can go ahead, give them your email, and see what they say. Okay, I'll show you a homepage link, and you'll see a questions and answers will pop up. I'm going to summon here in the YouTube room. Questions and answers will pop up. Click on the question. Well, I'll do it in front of you so you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so if you click on the homepage link, just wait for the Q&A to pop up. There are questions and answers, and ask. Okay, give me your email and see what they say. I can't help you on accounting issues. Okay. Okay, and then the education section. Click here on the education section. We want to click on the user guide. Great user guide. So there's that getting started again. You should know what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window, a T window, and should know about stock racing. I'm going to go over this race in a bit, but on stock racing, lots of information is right here. We have 4 videos and race startup, race configuration, clickable. Okay. I'd also you should know how to set a price alert on the charts. It probably is probably the number one feature that is not used that often, and it should be. It saves yourself, put price alerts at certain levels that you think you might be interested in, and then you don't have to stare at your charts anymore and just wait for the alerts to happen. I'll demonstrate a price alert later. Getting started. Here's that getting started series again. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. One of the other traders does take over for me. Now it's supposed to be Chris today, but I did see he might have had an appointment. So I'll confirm who it's going to be before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so that you can head over and listen to whoever it's going to be. But I'll confirm if it's Chris or not. Last, here are my scans. So you want my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you're saying, well, where are those scans? You have to scroll down and click here. And then this is what I use. Some of them you don't see. I don't have them all up and running, but this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This large cap race, this is the one that you see right here. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, by far my favorite scans. You don't see them, they're on another monitor, but there they are. You're going to have them. Um, what else is single stock window, which you do see. The halts resumes is right here, or there's a single stock window. Halts resume. Single stock window is customizable. This is what I like to see. All these they're just filters. Okay, so you can your own you can create your own single stock window. This is the information I like to see at a glance. Okay, so Adam, you're understanding what I'm saying is that you can pick and choose what you want. Okay, momentum. This is in essence the momentum scan right here. Momentum up. That's the Momo. Okay. I do not have a shared layout. The reason being is that not everybody wants everything that's in my layout. So you pick and choose what you want. Well, as I said, click on my homepage link, Adam. Okay, click on the homepage link. You not see it? I'll put it in the room again. Okay, I just put it in again. So when you click on my link, you'll be brought to this page. Sorry, you'll be right at the top here. Okay, and as I say, scroll down until you see my scan sections. Okay, and click here, and there they are. Okay. Hmm. Well, congratulations, your first day. Welcome to the group. Okay, guys. I don't think MGI really broke down that much, did it? Yeah. Wow, did it ever? What was the first alert? I think it was 985, right? From the 10-day daily breakdown. Can somebody confirm that for me? The reason I don't see it because I had to do a reboot. So, but I'm pretty sure it was around 985. Look at it now, 932. So the 10-day daily breakout, as I say, my favorite scans. If I could only do one thing, I'd have these two, the breakouts and the breakdowns on the 10 daily. I just sort of say if Trade Idea said you can only have two scans, one on the upside, one on the downside. So Adam, when you say which link am I talking about? Okay, so you click on my homepage link, right? You click on my homepage link that I put in the YouTube room. When you do that, you should get right to the top here. You'll see this, and just scroll down until you see my scans. Okay, and then click on my scans, and here they are. Okay, And if you don't know how to load links and all that, I really suggest you go to the guide, okay? Because or that or the I don't know, have first of all, have you taken that 30-minute course? You know, you might not have to do it right from the beginning if you've already downloaded the program and you're into it, but you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You should know, how to like one of the nice things of a trade idea is we can share links. You should know how to, load a link and put it into your layout. So, you see something you like here, I'll just do it, okay, for other people too. So, for instance, if you wanted my pre-market actives up, you click, there's a link, you click on it, it'll show up, new tab, okay. I left click and I highlight it. Now it's all highlighted. I'll copy it, Control C, I copy it, and then I go to our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, because it's in the cloud, and you can see it's right here. If you look, 3B8 is the end. You can see it's right in this box here, and then you just load it. Now it's on your screen, and that's how you can take a look at the different scans that I've got, and you can load. You can kind of pick and choose which you might like. All right, things have slowed down a little bit. Now, Lyft doesn't Lyft have? I read something about Lyft and Uber this morning. Yeah, so Lyft has earnings on the 4th. So that's a couple of days, 3 days from now. Yeah, and understand, Adam, when you load if you load a scan, you will only see the last alert, okay? No, so if you load a scan right now, you're only going to see, if you load one of mine, you're only going to see the last one. You won't see all the previous ones. So you know that, because that's a question to say, hey, I loaded your scan. Why does it look different from yours? Well, typically that's the reason. Oh, it's real time. This is just don't repeat. Okay. This is what you're looking at. This is the don't repeat version. Okay. Why I do that, and again, I know I'm repeating myself, but because I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, this SNTG alert probably was, I'm sure it was earlier, but DRs for me is don't repeat. This is the repeating version to the left of it. Okay. WW means worth watching, Mateo. So what this does is it allows me to go back in time and say, okay, all the filters were met at 9:41. The price was 446. What happened since then? Okay, and you can see, and this is the repeating version where SNTG, every time it made a new high, you will see it over here. So it is all real time. The PLRX, again, it was at 21.85. If I hadn't had to do a reboot of trade ideas, and you can see it got all the way down to 1961. So Adam, have you gone through those 10 videos? Okay. Because it explains what an alert window is, what a top list window is. All right. Because you're asking a question, about surfing. Surfing is, I rarely use it, but what'll happen is if you have some top list windows open, it'll look at the top three as you have it sorted in your top list window. It'll cycle through them one at a time, then it'll go to the next one. It'll load them automatically. You can see the chart for about 4 seconds, then it'll go on to the next one and the next one. As I say, the top 3, and then it'll go to your next top list window, depends how many you have, and then it'll just keep cycling through them over and over and over again, okay? But that's not an alert window. An alert window is a real-time alert. But that's why I was saying, if you go to our guide, you click on my homepage link, go to our guide, and you'll get let me move back a bit. Okay, let me click on my link again. Before you, because if you're brand new today, so what you like, click on my homepage link again, and then go to the guide, okay, the education section. Click here on the education section, and then click on the user guide, and then know what an alert window is. The A window, a top list window. I mean, this is sort of the basis of trade ideas right here. Okay. Okay. So you should know what an alert window is and what a top list and why they are different. Okay. Okay. Well, then if you're asking what, well, then your question, well, why is this not cycling through? This is an alert window. Nothing, the surfing doesn't happen in an alert window. Only in a top list window, and only if you activate it. I'd say it's a feature that's not often used, but let's see if I can. If I activated it, see it says pause. So if I start it, let's see. So see what it did. Yeah. Uh, I don't know why it's doing this, but it's going through. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, well, what you can't see, it'll come back to this watch list that I've got. It's a top list window, okay? And what it did is it looked at the top 3 and it loaded these symbols, and then it's gone on to another one, another top list window. And then so I don't have too many, and it'll come right back to this one unless I stop it. Okay, so it's kind of a way to kick back and let the system load charts for you if you want. But I think it's something that is not often used. What I typically do also is just go over a general overview of what trade ideas is. So we're a scanner, okay? Big difference between a screener, a screener and a scanner. And let me explain. So if I click on new and then our docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So here, and if I have to click on show more, I'm going to load the momentum channel. Okay, I'm going to load the momentum channel. And these are all scans that we have built. So if you're brand new, and I'm not talking to you, Adam, anybody who's listening, if you're brand new to trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but we've also got some scans, in all of these different theme-based channels. So here is, look at Nerve, okay? Nerve, Nerv. So what's happening is this is a real-time alert for Nerve as it keeps making a new high, 394, 96, 98, 401. If I click on the alert, you'll see it right here. Why is this happening? Well, as I say, we are a scanner. A lot of screeners out there, but obviously we do screen, and this is what I mean. If I right click on an alert window or a top list window or any window, you'll generally be brought to this window here, and you click on configuration and then summary. And this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So this is the this is the screening aspect that, lots of screeners out there. So if the price in this particular alert window, if the price is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 100,000 shares, minimum volume. This is the momentum factor, okay? The volume in the last minute's at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we were seeing nerve over and over again. So this is the screening aspect, but what we're really good at is giving you the real-time alert. Okay. And again, this is basically one of the ones that I'm sharing on my homepage. And so we have created a lot of scans, and you can kind of go through the different channels and you can kind of see, low float winners. I mean, you can, take a look. I don't say you have to take a look at them all, but if you see a title that seems, that might be interesting, let's take a look at it. Now, if a person wants to build their own scan and look at BGXX, they're showing up real-time alerts, guys. Use a real-time. If I clicked on it, I'm sure BGXX is going to be ripping here. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So new high, new low. These are those new high alerts or new high of the day, new low of the day. But these are all of the real-time alerts we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have. And if I scroll down, and you see these icons, these are our filters. And we have a lot. Yes, we have a lot. You don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that when the company started, 20 odd years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different alerts, different filters. So for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Now, I bet for a lot of our customers, they probably don't even have to build anything from scratch. You can take some of my scans, or you can go through these and, take a look at the scans we've built. And if, for instance, if you look at this one, this momentum scan right here, and you look at this and say, okay, here are the filters, but you might say, you know what, I love the idea, but I don't like this price range. You can change it. Okay. You can just change it. I'll change it to 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. I click on the summary, you can see it's changed. So, I mean, you can take our scans, and if you want to tweak them a bit, go right ahead. You can adjust the time, but I wouldn't even look at surfing that much, Adam. I mean, as I say, I think it's something that is not often used, but you can adjust the time. No. Boy, look at this SNTG. That was an absolutely stunning one from that 10-day daily breakout. And low float China, low float China. And don't look for a headline about why this is doing this. You won't find one. It's just that right now, these low float China stocks, I think it started, was it either Wednesday or Thursday last week? For whatever reason, traders around the world decided we're going to pile into these low float China stocks. So all we try to do here is, take advantage of that. Mateo, you're like, I don't know what you mean by one or two strategies so I can perform them. I mean, you can take a couple of mine and you can see how they are, but when you say perform them, you have to develop a style, Mateo. I know nobody wants to hear this. I'm not picking on you, but nobody wants to hear this. They want to start trading right away without any practice. And that's why we have a simulator here. Okay. And 100% you should be practicing in a simulator before you commit money to the market. So you see this momentum. I don't know, maybe you want to be a momentum trader. If you're starting out trading, you don't know whether or not, momentum style trading makes sense to you, or maybe you want to be out. Somebody says, well, I don't want to take it right now, but if it pulls back to a certain level, I'll be interested. Maybe it pulls back to a certain moving average, or maybe back to the VWAP, or, things like that. But you got to practice. No shortcuts in this, zero shortcuts. Okay, take the 10-day daily breakout then. Take it, okay? Load these, you get an alert. See what it looks like, you hear me say all the time, look left. Does it have how much room does it have to keep moving? If so this might be this is a momentum, so you could take these and just, run with them. Or you could take this momentum scan, or go to our channels and take a look at some of the scans that we've got in the channel. The other thing you might want to do as a new trader is, instead of, these things they're wonderful when you're on the right side of them, SNTG, but they're not easy. I mean, it's not easy to try to capture momentum in some of these, really, especially if it's a low float. Doesn't have to be necessarily China, but low float. It's incredible when you catch them, but boy, when they can just whack you too, because when all of a sudden the buying stops, they can drop so dramatically. This race here, okay, this is what I would do. I would take a look at this, because these are going to be there. You're not going to see like rocket ships in here, things that are going up 10, 20% at a time, but you're going to see stocks that are typically just less volatile. Doesn't mean they're any less worth following. Okay. So let's take a look at this low cap gain. This is what I would do if you were, if you're starting out. I have to. I'm moderating a trading room, so there's, I have to appeal to all sorts of different styles of trading, and so of course, we're going to see these sort of stocks. But if I were new to trading, I would probably concentrate on the large cap gainers from the open. Okay, and because, just let me explain, excuse me, what this means. All races start off from a top list window. Okay, so here is this top list window that this race is based on. So why are these stocks here? And you can create your own race, of course, but I'm sharing this one. And so I would encourage you, and people who are sort of new, I would encourage you to maybe watch, this race, and then you're going to, I'll get into it, why you see this list of symbols here. So why are the stocks showing up here? Well, again, right click, configure, right click, configure, and I click on summary. So if a stock is between 10 and $80, volume is at least 500,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close, Friday's close, has a market cap of at least 500 million and a float of at least 50 million. Stocks will appear then in this window, okay? So just give me a moment, please. All right. So before we have the racing concept, the reason a person would use a top list window is for ranking. So, for instance, if I wanted to see the stocks that met all these filter requirements that were say up the most from Friday's close, as long as I have it as a header, which I do, the change from the close, that little C%, I double left click rapidly. This is going to show me that TGTX is up 18.5%, IC is 15, etc. Okay. So it's ranking them. If I want to find out the stocks that are up the most from from its opening trade, again, change from the open, 0% is it. I double left click, and there TGTX is also 14.4%, OSW 7.4%, change from the open. Okay. So while it might be nice to see this, how are you going to use this to trade? I mean, because I mean, does it mean that TGTX is moving right now? And also, who knows? Maybe Uber, all of a sudden, Uber at 2.2%, maybe it starts to move. You wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't see it. Okay. I mean, you don't want to have to stare at a list of stocks all day long to see if anything is moving. And that's where the races come in. So I run, and this is all customizable, but I run a 4-minute race. Now, if you ask why, I don't know. When the racing concept started for us, I chose 4 minutes several months ago, and that's just the way it is. But you want to run a 5-minute race, a 1-minute race, a 10-minute race, it's up to you. So I run a 4-minute race. So you can see I've got less than 3 minutes in this race. Hims right now, as we speak, is leading this race because all these stocks start off the same, just like any other race. And then whichever stock is moving the most, you'll see it as it moves up the leaderboard. Hims may stay there. You don't know. Maybe AI takes over. You'll see, when you run a race, you'll see stocks jockeying well, almost there you go. AI just took over. Okay. And Hims just dropped down a little bit. What happens is at the end of a race, there's a winner, and there is a top 10 list of stocks made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So, for instance, number one position, TGTX won 8 races. I'm surprised to see this one. NCLH has won 3, HIMS, etc. AI just won the last one, and you can see it is snuck into the top and number 10. But this will change, all day long. The race is run, and some other stock maybe wins a couple of races and supplants one of the ones that has only won one. But the thing is that this now creates a watch list for you automatically without you're having to do anything. So, for instance, you could click on TGTX. This is now where you have to practice trading. So, if you want, just to be able to focus on a few stocks for the day, this is a great way to start. So you might look at this TGTX and think, okay, it's already had a nice run, but you know what? I don't want to take it, at its high. If it breaks the high, maybe I want to take it if it pulls back. Maybe, there's the VWAP. You hear me talk about the VWAP a lot, 27.73. Maybe I want to take it if it pulls back to the VWAP way down here. I mean, that may be too big a pullback, but that's up to you. If you look left on the weekly chart, you can probably see, the next high looking left is what, 29.85. So, when was that? That was almost not quite 3 years ago. That was November of 2021. Sorry, 2 years ago. So you might look at that going, well, I wonder if that will stall it. Okay, it might. I don't know. Look what it got to actually. Got to 29.75, and the high over here is 29.85. Maybe that's it for it because of that little high over here. I mean, it's not that long ago. Okay. So Adam, you're the layout. This is my layout. Okay. I don't use the channels. Yeah, okay. I use this is the layout that I use every day. Okay. Now answering somebody on YouTube. So I'm not on a channel. When you're starting out, I recommend going to the channels, take a look at all the scans that we've created. You might like some of the scans, and you can add them. You can create your own layout. using some of those scans. You can use some of my scans, make it part of your layout. Then you create your own layout. This is my layout. It's not a channel. Okay. Well, you don't know, Mateo. That's why you've got to practice. Okay. There's no absolute in this business saying, well, now's the time to get into this trade. But again, you might be a momentum trader. Okay. So you might say, well, you know what? I think if this takes out that high right there, 29.77 and 29.85 is over here. If it can really take that out, wow, then look left, $36, right? Okay, Adam, I don't know if you're really listening to me. What I've said is you can't have my layout. You can have individual scans from my homepage. Then you can pick and choose. Okay. I don't have a layout that I share. I okay. I said you go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. I think you said you went to my homepage. Pick and you might. I don't want to have a giant layout because there'll be some scans in there that like a person might not want. Okay, so I sort of did it a la carte. When you click, go to the scan section, and you can take a look at the ones that I've created. Okay, I mean it's just a matter of you said you've got the 10-day daily breakdown. So here they are. Just take a look at them. You may not like all of them. I have three monitors by the dip. I have three monitors. Okay, three 32-inch 4K monitors. Oh, again, for somebody starting out, so you don't know. There's no 100%. Well, this is where you take this trade, but look at what TGTX is doing right now. Okay, and I mentioned here's the VWAP at 27.76. What if it keeps falling, falling? Put an alert, put a price alert around that area. See if it gets down there. Okay, maybe the VWAP it'll bounce off it. If you don't know what I'm talking about with the VWAP, this is why you've got to learn some of the terms that are used. I would say the VWAP and the 200-day moving average are probably the two most followed. Well, VWAP's more of an indicator, but data point certainly the 200-day moving average. Look on another one. Let's take a look at the NCLH. I mean, just because they're in this list doesn't mean they're all going to set up wonderfully. But at least what it's doing, it gets you to focus just on a few stocks rather than, clicking like mad all day long and not getting anything done. So here's the NCLH. So oops, didn't load. Meanwhile, Nerve, this was the one that in the momentum scan, when I showed you the momentum channel, was ripping and it's continuing to rip. If we had seen this at the 200-day break, that might have been in fact, we would have seen it right at the 200-day break. You might look at that, go, okay, let's see if it really holds through that 200-day moving average break at 399. There's the VWAP at 407. You say, okay, well, maybe I could take some and see what happens. Practice, but there's no magic bullet. This is where you take it and it's going to work. Okay. I wish there were. Give me a moment, please. I knew something happened when I had to do a reload. Just give me a moment. Well, it's, on a momentum trade paradox. I mean, it is dicey. Okay, a momentum trade like these ones that are very low float and all that. I mean, for me, things that break over a whole number, and I'll try to get it if it breaks over the whole number, and then put my stop, near that whole number. Things like that. I'm not saying that's the most perfect way to do it, but if I'm starting out trading, I probably would not trade these. It's a lot easier to set stops on ones that are not quite as volatile, of course. More fun these ones when you're on the right side, yeah. But okay, Adam, let's see. You tried to copy my load up from the cloud, but it's not working. Okay, let's see. Let's make sure you're doing the right thing. First of all, I'll get rid of some of these things. Just give me a moment. Okay, so let's go to my homepage again. Here's a link. So first of all, are you watching and can you hear me? Oh, maybe he's yeah, okay. That link takes you to my homepage, Adam. It takes you to my homepage. A lot of information on my homepage. Okay. It's not just at my scans. I've got ways in which people can take out subscriptions and things like that. So if you go to my homepage and then you scroll down to the scan section, okay. So did you do that? And when you click on a link, I'll use the pre-market actives up. I'll click on it. When I click on it, it shows up in a new tab. I left click anyway, and it highlights everything. And I'll also Control C. So now that link is copied. That link is now copied. And if I go to our toolbar and click File, Load, excuse me, Load from Cloud, you see this string right there is exactly the same as that string right there in that box. Now, if for some reason, and maybe you've done it incorrectly or something, but that box is empty, then paste it in. You paste the link in, Control V it in, okay, and then load it. And when you load it, here it is. Now it'll be right on your monitor. You should be going to our guide though about cloud links and all that. It's all covered there. Okay. I think, as somebody who's just brand new for the first day, I really think you have to spend a little bit of time with the software. Okay. I mean, it is a software program. I cannot adjust my resolution. No, Sam. I'm surprised. Pepe, you're in a YouTube room. How's the resolution? You've got it configured to 1080, Sam says. I have to make sure it is not widespread, or is it just Sam? I cannot adjust my resolution. I could, but I'm not going to. I guess I should. Is it really always a little blurry? Really? Wonder why. I don't know why then. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. I did not know that. Always a little blurry. It shouldn't be blurry. Yeah, I'm not. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. See, this is what I see from my end, and it doesn't appear to be blurry on my end because it's really. Any suggestions, Pepe? Because I can't really change the resolution on my end on my whole system. I never knew that. I always thought that. How about when? Okay, how about when Chris? How come when the other guys come in? Well, let's do a test. Today at noon, when I take my break between 12 and 1, one of the other traders will take over. And if it is not blurry, if you're not seeing a blur from them, then maybe there is something I can do on my end. See who it is. It's supposed to be Chris, but I think he had an appointment. So I will. I'm just going to confirm and then we'll do a test. We'll see. You cannot customize the Holly AI strategies. No. No, it'll be Chris. Okay. So Chris will be there. Okay. So we'll see. Well, it'll be a good test to see whether or not when he loads his. Wow, look at this spy here. Okay, I'm going to do this one more time, Adam. And if like Chris, when he's there, maybe he'll have a different take. Maybe I'm just not explaining it correctly. Okay, Chris will be in our room in that YouTube room in about 35 minutes at noon. Okay, I will do it one more time. Okay, and we'll do it step by step. Okay, I'm going to click on my home page. I'm going to the scan section. Okay. So here is the large cap gainers right there. You click on the link right underneath what's red on mine, a little link. So when you do that, does it not show up in another tab? What I did, I just clicked on the link and a new tab opens up and there it is. There's that link right there. So Adam, can you answer me? I may have to move on, Adam. I mean, I'm trying to help you, but I need an answer to know whether or not when you click on that link, does a new tab show up automatically? And there it is. There is the link right there. You just I left click and it automatically highlights it. I'll also control C. Now it's copied, and then file load from cloud from our toolbar, file load from cloud, and there's the link right there. Just load it into that box. It's the same link as you see here, and then load. Maybe this is what you're seeing, and then click the arrow, the right arrow. Maybe that's what you're seeing. Well, I've known software engineers that do things wrong, Adam. So anyway, I'm just maybe that's what it was. You had to right click. This is probably what you saw then. But you know what? You know what? Go here. Okay. Go to the guide. You say you're a software engineer. Okay. You say you're a software engineer, then this should be a piece of cake for you. And click on my homepage link again. I'll just and go to the guide. Oops. Go to the guide or the education section. Click here and then click on the guide, user guide. And then where it says stock racing, this covers all the aspects. You have 4 videos. You've got how to set up your own. Okay. Because I don't expect, when I talk about all these things, why we have the guide is that I don't expect people to remember everything I say. But the guide is obviously like any other guide, it's a great reference. Okay. So go to the stock, go to TI stock racing from our user guide, and that'll give you a great overview of stock racing. How you can create your own. You can ask stuff, yeah, Mo. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:31. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I have confirmed it will be Chris. Really interested to see when he starts sharing his screen, whether it, as you call it, my screen appears to be blurry in YouTube. Very strange. No, Mo, the guide is huge, okay? You don't have to learn everything, but as I constantly say, at the very least in the guide, in the very least, okay? Know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and I would probably look at stock racing. And the other thing is price alerts. The ability to set a price alert on a chart. But, definitely, understand what the alert window does and what a top list window does. These are the sort of the building blocks of trade ideas right here. Okay. That's a good question. I thought about asking that, Pepe, if he's using the web-based version versus, I don't know if it matters that much, but oh, you're right. You're right. If he's using the web-based version, he's not going to see the race. Should have asked. Maybe when he comes back. Yeah. So don't. But do not. Again, get hung up on how big the guide is. I mean, just like if you bought Microsoft Word or whatever it's called these days, I guess it's still Microsoft Word, and you look at their guide. I mean, you'd go, "Oh my gosh, how am I going to learn?" Well, let's face it, not many. Most of us don't care about probably 99% of the stuff in the guide. How do I type? How do I print? Maybe change the font, stuff like that. Some very basic stuff. That's probably 99% of the average home person's use. But of course, they've got a lot more for people who want to get like really into it and need different things to do from within Word. But you don't have to learn the whole guide, just like ours. Yeah, I always forget, Pepe. I should ask that question right off the bat. Are you on the web-based version or the downloadable application? Boy, this has been on fire today, guys. This 10-day daily breakout has been on fire. I mean, again, it's not saying to say it's easy, but here's another China stock, low flow China stock, GDC. The alert was at 775, and now I think it's halted right now, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so I will say this, Mo. There is no auto trading of the AI. Okay, I just want to let you know that right up front. No auto trading the AI. That probably accounts for your question. Can you customize the AI? Okay, so there was no auto trading of the AI. You can auto trade your own strategy. So if you create a strategy that you and you back test it and you think you want to auto trade it, you can. Before I would do that, I would absolutely auto trade it in the simulator to see exactly how it works. Okay, but there was no auto trading of the AI, and you might be looking at older, well, promo or whatever you want to call it. That talks about automating the AI, but we don't. But we're basically preventing that. AI should be used like a watch list. I don't call it the AI anymore. I call it the daily watch list, and I think that way best served using it as a watch list. Yes, you absolutely can use Brokerage Plus. Okay, and if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can trade from within, but that's not auto trading. Okay, that's just normal trading. You can absolutely use Brokerage Plus, this window that we call Brokerage Plus. And if you have an IB Interactive Brokers account, yes, you can use this window to trade. Let me just give you a link. Yeah, but again, don't maybe just don't confuse auto trading with, the ability just to use this window to trade, because so if I wanted to take TGTX right now, okay, so I click on it, the symbol shows up. I can click on the quantity. I can either pick from this menu or I can type in. Well, no, what you want to do is you can link, well, it depends what you mean by linking it. If I want to trade MRKR, an AI alert, I click on it and it's going to show up here. Now I can trade it. We're not talking about auto trading, right? No auto trading, the AI. Okay. And then the link that I put in there are two videos. The Brokerage Plus link I put in, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive brokers account, how you connect this to your interactive brokers account. Once you're connected, you can do whatever you want with it. Well, whatever you want. You want to trade an AI trade, or you want to trade something else. So it is. So it depends what you mean by linking. You just click on the link on the alert, and the symbol shows up. I'll click on marker, MARKR. The symbol shows up. You see? Does that kind of make sense? But there's no auto trading. Actually, Adam, we want to make sure, are you using our web-based version or are you using our downloadable app? Like, do you have a toolbar that looks like mine, or are you using our web-based version? Well, I'll load it, Terry. Again, there could be a filter, of course, that is blocking it. I'll quickly look and see if I can quickly find it. Know that Chris will be in our YouTube room. Okay, so I see SMTG here, so I'm not sure. Okay, so you are using the app. Okay. So I see SMTG here when I just loaded your link. So I'm not sure I understand. Just like Paradox, I'm not sure I understand when you say, why is not SNTG showing up? Well, Adam, if you can hang on for about 19 minutes or even less, Chris Farley will be in our YouTube room. And he'll have another go at with you, and maybe I'm just explaining it wrong. Okay, and he might have a different take on it. Okay. Yeah. So there's no, well, as long as you understand, Mo, you can auto trade your own strategies. If you create a strategy that you like and you back test it and all, and you want and you think, yeah, I wouldn't mind auto trading that strategy. First of all, I wouldn't do it live yet. I would use our simulator to see how it worked, but there's just no auto trading the AI. Well, Terry, how can I help you? You gave me your link and you gave me your link and I just loaded it and there they are. So I don't know, I don't know how I can possibly help. Let me look at SNTG. Okay, so 750,000 shares. Okay, so it's still between 2 and 16. Of course, it's up at least 30 cents. It's up more than 8%. The float is, yeah. So I don't really, no, but Gary, it makes no sense though. You gave me your link. Well, but boy, I'm talking. Adam, it's your first day. I mean, if you say you're a software engineer, you know that, I mean, there is a learning curve. Nobody should expect to know a program inside and out on the very first day, whether you're a software engineer or not. Well, there is no auto trading anyway at 9 a.m. Okay, if you're talking Eastern time, Mo, okay, it wouldn't be, not until the market opens 9:30 Eastern time anyway. I don't know how we can possibly help you, Terry. You gave me your link and I loaded it, and this is what we see. How is it possible that you can't see the same thing when it's your link? Let me load it again. Okay, copy the link, load, and these are the ones I see when I load your link. Okay, a fresh one. Okay. No. Doesn't matter. Here it is still. How about I give you your link back and then you can load it? But seriously, I mean, Terry, how I think it's virtually impossible to know. I mean, when you give me your link and this is what I see, and you don't see the same thing, but it's your link. Well, I have no idea how to help you. No idea. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, if I right click, is this exactly the same filters that you've got? I mean, it has to be, but let's. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, there's nothing. I don't think there's any way anybody is going to help you. If you give us your link and we load it, and this is what we see loading your link, and you're not seeing the same thing. I have, I have no idea. I'll send your link back. Yes, I will. That's what I thought. Okay. You have a custom symbol list in here, which will not be shared through this link. Aha, that might be it. That's probably it. I don't know what your custom symbol list is. You have a, so this is not going to, I mean, I'll send it back, but it must be something to do with your custom symbol list. And you cannot share that with me. Okay. Bye, Adam. Wow, another super choppy day on the SPY, guys. Very, very, very choppy day. So this ruins a lot of trades. Obviously, if you're in stocks that follow the SPY, follow the market more or less, you got to be very nimble. A lot of these guys up here, of course, they don't care. These are just most of them are low floaters, or a stock, of course, that has its own news, either an earnings play or has news on its own, so it doesn't really care as much about what the market is doing. Real. Good morning. But why don't you get rid of the custom symbol list, Terry, and see what happens? But don't get mad if they can't help you, because I mean, if you send a link to us and you say, "How come I can't see this symbol?" and we load your link and we see it, it's going to be, and the only thing I can see is that you've got some kind of a custom symbol list in there. I mean, it's going to be really, really difficult, if not impossible, to figure that out. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, 11:51. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in from when Chris shows up. And you can listen to Chris for his 1 hour between 12 and 1. He's not there yet, but I will put the YouTube link in. All right, Terry, I will load that alert window now to see what happens. But again, does it have a custom list in it? A custom, Oh, there's okay, I mean, I did a history and I see SNTG, earlier, so okay. So what is the custom symbol list that you've got? Like, is it a symbol list and does it have SNTG in it? I mean, or are you using it as an exclusive, an exclude? What do you mean by basic symbol list? I mean, here are our symbol lists. So, I mean, are you saying all symbols or only the following lists? Exclude the following lists? Well, those aren't symbol lists. Those are exchanges. Those are exchanges. Okay, that's not the same as a symbol list. Your symbol list could have, a bunch of China stocks, yeah, and say exclude the following. But SNTG is a China stock. So if you've got something that says no China stocks, well, there's your answer. SNTG is a China stock. All right, you guys are talking about GDC again. Yeah, wow, 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 wow. China, or well, is that single? Yeah, China. Utme, what did Utme do after it opened? Yee. Well, I mean, it popped from 108 all the way up to 145, right back down to 92. All right, guys, just gonna put my announcement in on a break. Oops. The day this has been. This has been a really for a Monday. When people say, "Ah, Mondays are boring." Nope, not this Monday. I am a little surprised, yeah, low float madness, because typically that is happens when we're not in earning season. And when there's not a lot of other, like a lot of course, people look at all these earnings and that's what they concentrate on. And when earning season goes away for about a month, okay, now let's take a look at the low floaters. But no, not now. And again, no hard and fast rule about that. But oh my goodness. So I had an alert set for top at $90. And guess what? It hit 90. Low flow China madness, even. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room and wait for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. Mr. Varley. Okay, guys, in the YouTube room, I'm just waiting for Chris. He says he's going to be a little bit later, so I'm just waiting for him to show up. A lot of those big movers have had a big pullback now. I'm looking at like the NNOX, the NERV, the GDC, the 10H, the SNTG. It's had some big pullbacks now. Now, 603 is the VWAP for SNTG. Now, GDC just resumed. I mean, if it takes out 1586, it could just keep ripping from here. Not saying it's going to, of course, but let's back this weekly chart out. I think it started trading as GDC back here. I don't know what it was before. Don't think this was a SPAC.
I don't think it was a SPAC either.
There you go. How was New York? Well, how was New York? I know you live there. It sounds a little.
It was a shot in the arm that I really needed, with everything going on around me, professionally and personally. And if I'm being honest, part of me didn't actually want to go. I just wasn't feeling very good, and I thought, I wouldn't stay late for anything. I'd just run as soon as things were done. And within 5 minutes of meeting up with Michael,
on hold just for a second, Chris. Yeah. Okay, just give me a moment, okay?
Sure. And a good afternoon to everybody else here, or morning still for probably a lot of you, actually. And if anybody wants to get a head start on any questions here, start popping those into the questions chat there, and start to get at those in a moment here. Maybe we lost Barry. I'm gonna go ahead and make the screen swap now. Can you folks hear me? I just want to make sure. I knew Barry could hear me before.
Chris, I'm sorry about that. Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, a shot in the arm, and that's where we left off.
Yeah, so the first couple of minutes that I met Michael at his hotel, and I saw a number of people that I made such great, really friendships. So the way they, was greeted and everything.
Sorry, I got this person phoning. Just 1 second again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got it. So for those that don't know, what Barry's asking me about is I attended the Chartered Market Technicians Association 50th anniversary and symposium this past week here in New York. I live just outside of New York City. It was done in New York City, and it's really meeting some of the brightest and smartest people that have been industry leaders in technical analysis, and some of the brightest and smartest upcoming people. And being around like-minded people with what we do, it's hard to find people that have a passion for charts and technical analysis like many of us do, myself included. And just being around like-minded people like that is it's a real gift. I'm not sure what else to say about it other than that. What we do can be a very lonely job, regardless of being in a room like this or some other room or anything like that. I think 90% of us, if not more, this isn't dinner conversation that you're normally able to have with your significant other or your children or your parents, or
you got that right,
best friends. You could talk to them about it, and everybody's going to look at you like you're crazy. And being in a room and dinner tables with people that are just beyond excited and passionate about this kind of stuff, and it's a very uplifting experience aside from just being educational. So, but Barry, I can stay a little bit longer into this if you like. I know we cut into your break here, so, and I'm sure you want to talk a bit too. So however you want to do this, you want to talk early or you want to talk late or whatever, but I don't want to interrupt your flow of life here. Look, I see you put an okay, I will leave in there. So, all right. I think Barry's kind of stuck at the moment with someone harassing him at his homestead. So, all right. If anybody has any questions about, literally anything, trading related anyway, software related, preferably, fire those away for me, please. and we'll get those answered to the best of my abilities, right? So let's dive into some stuff here. What do we want to dive into first? I mean, I guess, I haven't even looked at the scan for a minute here. So let's start with the scan here, relative strength from the open here. So let's work it down from the last winner, which was Dawn soap, right? No, I doubt it's that. I think Procter & Gamble makes Dawn soap, if I'm not mistaken. So we click on that here, and wow, a very nice move here, actually. So they had earnings this morning, only 850,000 shares traded on the day, not too bad. And so I'm going to look over at this chart here. Looks like when we took out this 1280 level, we really just never looked back after that. So we filled this gap here on this, and right up to the top of this resistance level, that's right there. Get the handing drawing tool out. So I don't think these things are accidents, as I do not believe in the random walk hypothesis, to put it lightly. It was a big battle we had this weekend, or a big together moment, bashing the random walk hypothesis. Anyway, so Dawn, that's pretty interesting there. So, all right, it looks like it's also won 4 races aside from this was being the 4th winner. We got GDC's about to win this one here. Give a quick look at that. Holy mackerel. I didn't have that on my bingo card when I was going to open it. Oh, this is the one that I think Barry had up before I came and so rudely interrupted him. So yeah, anybody that's looking at this, obviously here is beyond a chase at this point. If you were going to go for it, how do you want to play a pullback? Do you want to put an alert at the VWAP for a pullback to the VWAP? Is there a moving average you want to put an alert at? Or are you just not going to look at it at all? And I'm not going to go into too much on that unless someone has a specific question on it. I'll do my best to answer it. But GDC, that ship has sailed. I'm certainly, I'm not going to look at it. I've traded some other stuff today, and I'm not going to hand it back with a stock like that. So there's that. Let's continue down the line here. SNTG. This one, showing patience, virtue well rewarded. I didn't actually trade this. I traded some other things again, but hindsight's 2020. Boy, I guess I wish I did trade it. But look at this. We get the gap up. We move sideways here. We can't break. We can't break. We can't break. Bang, we break, right? Let's look at it on a smaller time frame here on this 5-minute chart. And just look at this here. When we finally get that break above there, it's the candle that closes, though, right? That, saw someone post the other day. It was Brian Lund posted the other day, let the candle close. And then a bunch of people chimed in afterwards, if I had a nickel for every time, I didn't let a candle close and I got hurt because I didn't let the candle close. A lot of people, the same sentiment, let the candle close, right? Whatever the time frame that you're looking at is, yeah, you've got this 5-minute candle. Yeah, bust above this level, bust above high day right there, right? Let it close though, right? Let that candle close, because this gets up here and it closes down here, and then the next one opens and we're moving down that way. This candle closed above here and made a move up there, right? This candle closed here and we moved up here. Gave you a lot of good opportunities right there in this 15-minute span of time. I don't know, maybe it's 8 minutes, maybe it's 13 minutes. We could break it down further, but it gave you a lot of time to make an entry on this here and make a move off. Now, one of the reasons that I personally didn't look at it is, one, Chinese stock. I had some unbelievable great success with Chinese stocks last summer. Summer of 2022. Like, holy cow, man. I think it was spring and summer of 2022. Chinese stocks were ripping and I was on the right side of it every time. And then Chinese stocks weren't ripping anymore and I was on the wrong side of it every time. So I got, I took some lumps, and I kind of shied away from Chinese stocks because of that. The other thing that had me really cautious is a 1 million float. I'm more than willing to trade low float stocks, but just extra cautious about that. I had at this point had gotten involved in some other things, and this set off price alerts and got away from me. Anyways, definitely a great move there, and a reasonable move to have gotten a piece of this. And again, as we full well knowing, whoop, there we go. Just got to fill on a few hundred shares there. All right. as we full well know, generally speaking, nobody's buying this and selling that, right? There's probably plenty of people that bought this, right? But, if you had sold in here after buying that, I mean, come on, would that not be an unbelievable trade on a percentage basis? Come on, that would be an unbelievable trade. And how could you look at something like that afterwards and say, gee, I failed, I messed that up? Sure. Did you leave money on the table? Of course. But if you were able to get on a percentage basis 1 out of 2 trades like that right there every time, there's no way that you ain't ahead of the game. No way you're not ahead of the game with that right there, right? So, yeah, so that's that. That's that in the fast lane there. So I'm just looking for a price alert that I can't find on my thing right now. All right. Anyway, so that's the short and skinny on STNG. And, who's to say this doesn't set up again right here again? All right, yes, we got a little bit of fading volume. We've come into the lunch hour, so let's, of course, note that and be careful about that and so on and so forth. Right? But, here we're catching up to this EMA here, the VWAP. Does it find some support there? Does it run sideways for a bit and then maybe give another shot? And maybe we're looking at an 8 break and a shot at 8 break again. I mean, it seems like a reasonable thing to do to go after, right? I wouldn't discount that. I would certainly be looking at that without any question. All right. Anyways, let's get back to it here. Sorry, Doodle, you put ELEV. not sure what we're looking at there. Let's bring up the chart. ELE. Jesus, I can't type now. All right, so I just can't type. There we go. Got it right. All right, so interesting for me, and these are the interesting notes that I will have here. Body of this candle right there seems to be a big time resistance level. 1, 2, 3 days afterwards. Also, no happy accident. I think that $3 is part of that right there. Low float, not insanely low, but pretty low. We've got earnings on deck. But for me, regardless that this is doing, 1.8 times what it's normally doing to this point in the day for relative volume, not a lot of liquidity there. All right. And for $2 stock, I'm not crazy about that spread right there. It's a 9-cent spread on a $2 stock. So that's, think about that on a percentage basis, how much, you're giving up to try to get into that if you're going in a market order. And I'm sorry, but this stock at 200,000 shares traded, getting a fill in at the bottom of that with a limit order is very unlikely. This is just market mechanics that we got to look at here. And so for that reason, I would stay away from it. But that doesn't mean volume can't come into it. It doesn't mean liquidity can't come into it. So, maybe you want to set a price alert somewhere up here, whatever you deem to be a level. Maybe through that price alert, it takes a shot at that high of the day from the 26th. That was, was a Wednesday, right? Yeah. So Friday, Thursday, from Wednesday. So that would be something that, if I was interested in it for some reason, I'd be looking at it like that as a possible day trade. I don't, there's nothing in here that would make me interested in it in a swing trade personally. So that's what I could comment on ELEV. Again, folks, with questions, please fire those questions away. It is always better for you all if you drive the content on this, right? I'd come in here and talk about all these different charts and scans and all those things like that. But if it isn't relevant to you and what you're doing, it's not benefiting you in any way whatsoever. So if you got a question, as I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Just how that works in life. So there is that. There you have, there you have it, sports fans. Back to the scan here. TA and H, what did you do? As things, big topping shadows and bottoming shadows all over the place. Is nothing here. And again, another Chinese play, volume and liquidity. You can't say anything necessarily bad about that, right? I mean, you got this volume that drops off and you get a big volume spike. But here's the thing. 1.7 million in the float. There could be some unscrupulous individuals and or trading rooms out there that, look like, say, all right, this is prime. We're going to pump this right here. And as soon as they get it running up this way, and then, the rest of the retail traders decide to take place, they pull the ripcord, they're all exiting, so let's say, they entered between here and here, and then they're exiting between, here and here. And while everybody else is entering here and getting stuck holding a bag on the pull back down. That is why you got to be extra careful about these low float stocks. You really got to have a plan in place. You really got to know what you're doing. Or you're going to end up like me and lose a ton of money. I lost a ton of money on low float stocks my first couple of years trading. And a ton of money to me is different than a ton of money to other people. So, did I lose $1,000? Did I lose $100,000? It's really irrelevant the amount of money I lost. To me, it was everything. It was everything. So, I just can't stress enough how difficult low float stocks are, right? Trading is hard enough. Low float stocks are just that much harder. That's the way that goes. Let's continue online. We already talked about GDC. Cool pic you posted from the New York Exchange. What is your morning routine plan for the day, or do you start it the evening before? It just depends on my personal schedule with my daughter, coaching, all that stuff like that. But sometime before the market opens the next day, I go through a few different scans, ones that I've always kind of share, my evening scan, this position lifetime range scan, my my unusual options volume scan. And I go through the ones that, are in a price range that I like, that look like they have a decent amount of volume that have come into them and may very well be sustained through the next day or two, and look like they have room to run. So, I go through and I set price alerts on all those, and, here's my price alerts window. So some of these were price alerts that I actually set last night, going through those scans on some if-then scenarios. If it breaks this price, then, I'm likely to enter based on these metrics. If I enter, then this is my stop. If I enter, this is my tentative target, and how I'll manage from there. A lot of that changes once the market opens, then what the market looks like overall, and liquidity and blah, 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 and all that stuff like that. So, I reserve the right to change my mind on anything at any given point, since it's my money that I'm managing. But that's my real routine there, Patrick. I don't look at the pre-market other than, I look at the futures. I look at the SPY. I want to jump off a bridge right now. Sorry. I had CDLX. I took a trade in this, and on this, I exited some on this here. I exited some on this here, and on this pullback right there, I got out of it right there after that, because I didn't think it was going to go. And of course it did that. And then I just had the same thing happen with ATOM. I took some ATOM on the 8 break. No, I'm lying. On this pullback here, I took some ATOM just under 810, and I held it. And when we did this, I just stuck an order in here to get out at 825, got me out. And of course now it's, I sold half my position anyways, and now it looks like it's primed to go. So I'm a little bit upset about that. Anyways, back over to my routine. I don't really, I don't look at the pre-market. I don't care what's gapping up really. I don't care what the news is or any of that stuff like that. Obviously, I want to know if we're having a CPI print. I want to know if the Fed is going to, screw with the markets on the day. Anything that's big macro that's out there, that's market moving, that we can know ahead of time. I want to know if it's going to happen, just, so I can position myself and be prepared for whipsaw action, how I might be setting a stop and or targets and things like that. But it's not, maybe it's making me a little more cautious if I'm going to enter a stock, essentially, or making me a little more cautious if I'm up in it and that pullback happens. But I'm not, it's not the end all be all of anything that I'm doing whatsoever. As much noise as I can cut out is what I'm, my ultimate goal is to try to do. And what's noise to me is not noise to someone else. Look, there are plenty of traders that they see the 10 big stocks with volume and movement in the pre-market. They've got a routine around that, whether they're trading it in the pre-market or they're trading it once the open has happened or when they're trading it after the open has happened. And there are, plenty of traders out there that have lots of success with that. And, what can I say anything bad about what they're doing? Absolutely not, right? They're making money, right? I got love for everybody out there doing what they're doing and making money. Why not? There's plenty of room for everybody at the top. But, it didn't work for me. For every 10 trades that I took in the pre-market, whenever I tried to trade pre-market, probably half a trade was successful. So, it's a pretty bad percentage on that right there. For whatever reason, a lot of it up in my head more than anything else, I would suspect. That's kind of my 2 cents on that as far as my routine goes. And then, of course, aside from those stocks that I'm doing my homework on before the open from those scans, I start to look at what's happening here on this relative strength from the open scan and this one here. And they put out a lot of similar stuff, but not exactly the same. And I start setting price alerts according to that. And a lot of those are, stocks that do things like this right here. And so I ain't rushing. I'm not jumping right into anything. You know what I mean? It's time to set up. Gonna get some wrong. It'll happen. That's the way it goes. That's the name of the game. Let's see. Peter, Andy, help me Friday. Single stock window looking at volume 5 minutes, change 30 minutes and 120. Am I missing something? I don't know. Are you missing something, Peter? I'm not sure if you're missing something. You got, I don't, this becomes one of those things that's personal to you. I don't look at change over 30 minutes, right? So, I don't look at the change. I don't look at the change of 120-minute range. I don't care about those things. They mean nothing to me. But obviously, they mean something to you, right? Because you wanted to have them on there. So, are you missing something? That's a personal question. You can see the stuff that I'm looking at here, but just because I'm looking at it doesn't mean that you need to look at it, right? Doesn't mean that you have any interest in it. Some of the stuff here I don't even really look at. I do look at the 5-minute volume and the 1-minute volume right there. I look at lifetime highs, but it isn't relevant to everything that I'm doing, right? I look at change from open. That is relevant to everything that I do, right? I have revenue here. I rarely look at it, but I've got it there. Current debt here. I rarely look at it, right? But I just got it there out of, whatever, filling up some space. I do pay some attention to market cap, but not a ton. It doesn't really affect if I'm entering or exiting a stock. Short growth is more part of what I'm doing for homework and when I'm posting charts, right? The VWAP, as many of you that have been around for a little bit know that's something I've only recently added to what I do. I took off a 20 SMA and added the VWAP instead, right? Cash on hand, I don't really care about cash, right? So these become more personal things, Peter. You got to ask yourself, what is it that I want to look at and why is it relevant to me, right? Now, there isn't a lot of stuff that I consider relevant to me. So I just filled space here with data that's interesting to people and want to showcase some stuff more than anything else. But, should there come a time where I come across other data points that I want to have on here and I need more space, you better believe revenue, current debt, and cash, those are going to be gone. I'll get rid of them to replace them with things that I actually want on there because they're affecting my trading or used in my trading. So, again, this is a personal thing, Peter. You're going to have to decide what these things mean to you. And just because they mean something to you, is it a positive thing they mean to you or a negative thing that they mean to you, right? So these are the things we do as our personal selves as traders. Luis, what is your stock price range for trading? Really, I should probably say $8 to $30, although I will trade stuff $2 to $30. Sometimes I get over $30, $30, $40. I'll get into that range. I'm trying to work on trading higher price stocks as I've positioned myself with my account size has grown over several years that I can take higher price stocks. And I'm trying to think of things more on a percent basis move. But, some things are a mental hurdle to get over. We all have our mental hurdles. Some of us struggle with different mental hurdles. I've struggled with the mental hurdle of higher price stocks. I got to just get over it. Do I have to get over it? No, I don't have to get over it. But I know that I would probably benefit by getting over that mental hurdle. So, my, mental hurdle that I did get over is I just really didn't look at things over $20 for a long time, right? Now, that was $25, now it's $30. So I guess, baby steps to quote Richard Dreyfuss and Bill Murray from What About Bob? What baby steps on my price range, increasing that price range. Will I ever get to trading, I don't know, Lockheed Martin price stocks? For those that don't know, Lockheed Martin's like at $400, right? LMT is Lockheed Martin, I think, right? Will I ever get up to trading stocks at that price? I don't know. Maybe, maybe the day before I die, I decide I'm comfortable with stocks at price. Hopefully that's another 70 years from now or something like that. But I don't know what 70 years that put me at 110. But regardless, my point being is that kind of relates to what Peter put there. Is there anything I'm missing? For me, is there anything I'm missing with higher price stocks? And I can answer that question. Yes. I'm missing stuff like, and this is trading versus investing, because owning Apple as an investment has been a very good thing over the years. And I think anybody that didn't do that, because Apple's a high price stock, I think you were really limiting yourself. Versus trading is a completely different animal as far as that goes, right? So, but imagine if I had a price limit on stocks that I would invest in, my God, if we put up, and I bought Apple back in 2006, the end of 2006, I bought Apple, right? Imagine, having missed out on an investment like this. And that's not to say everybody should have bought Apple or anything like that. That's not the point I'm making here. My point being is that, let's say I had a thing right and buy stocks over $30, right? And so, when Apple goes on this parabolic run, I could have never considered it because I'd never invested in a stock like that. And that's why I think for me as a trader, getting up over that mental hurdle for me in adding stocks. And again, that doesn't mean I trade stocks that are over X amount or trading range, things like that. So I'm really rambling on at this point here. And that's not beneficial to anybody here that's listening, I don't think. So again, it's always better content when you folks are driving it with your questions. It's very hard for me to look at CDLX and ATOM. Anyways, and someone might say, Chris, why'd you get out of those stocks? And I would say, well, here's why. We're chopping around, and look at the SPY, and we're up and we're down, and we've been in an environment where stocks have been alpha for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour and a half. They're alpha to the market, and then all of a sudden they kind of trade with the market. Not exactly, but it's like the market's gotten a hold of them, and the volume that was there that made them alpha is gone now. The liquidity that made them alpha is gone now. They start to chop around. And so, we take ATOM, right? Let's throw that chart up here. And all of a sudden, the market was pulling back, and this thing was pulling back, and the market was trying to pull back. And is it going to get over high a day? And this thing is topping shadows, bottoming shadows. And I was up a few dollars. And I've had a lot of times recently where, I was up, 2, 3, 4%. And all of a sudden, like in a flash of an eye, I was only up 0.5%. I'm like, oh my God, like not again, and it's like, all right, we take the couple of percent and walk away, right? Hindsight trading, we're not, it's a very difficult thing. So, one of the things at the symposium this week is, JC Peret's all-star charts, man, that guy is, as a trader, I freaking love that guy. Also, having met him, he's just an awesome guy. Just, the guy just oozes positivity. And, and that's not to say he's a perma bull, right? He just oozes positivity as a person. Winners win. And it's the kind of person that I want to be around and I want to learn from and take things from. And man, his presentation had me so bullish at the end of it. I was just ready to go buy every stock on the planet. Like, holy cow. But there's a reason behind it. He started going through charts and, finding these things, with gold, looking at gold, if gold starts to really take off here and break out of, this base that it's been in for so long, gold getting up over, I don't have a chart to show actual gold spot, but, $200 in that regard, I'm on a monthly chart, by the way, of this right here, look at where gold is at right now, back to if it breaks above this 2011 level and gets running, to help drag the market along with it, right? Look at, XLE, right? Imagine if this starts to take out these levels up here, imagine if, energy really starts to break out here, on a monthly chart. You could argue that we got a bull flag going on this rate here, right? These are things that he was showing, looking at these bigger time frames, right? So in the smaller time frame, what I'm getting at and the purpose of this is on the smaller time frame with these stocks, and we're chopping around, and we're looking at the SPY, and we're looking at the Qs and all those things like that, right? And we're getting chopped around on our day trades. So I'm exiting my day trades kind of early on that. But I need to be, I need to start preparing myself that if we start to really run, because JC made a bull case that was unbelievable. If you are not, I know many people aren't social media people, but if you were to open a Twitter account and you were to follow, 10 people on there, JC and Brian Shannon being 2 of them, there's probably a few other people, if you shoot me a message through Twitter or through the Trade Ideas email, and I could point you in the direction of a few people to that can help give you long and short term views on the market. And if you're taking this as buy what they're looking at or sell what they're looking at or anything like that, then you're entirely missing the point here. You're entirely missing the point. I can't help you in that regard. But trying to get those views and line these things up here that, I'm trying to prepare myself here that if we start to look more in a bull run and we get ourselves up above that SPY 420 there, ES, 4,200, whatever you're looking at for that there, then all of a sudden, getting chopped around, I won't mind getting chopped around. And that's one of the reasons this brings it full circle, and the reasons kind of kicking myself right now is I'm kind of feeling like we're going to take a shot at the 420 on the SPY, and we might poke ourselves above it a little bit. Do I think we're just going to rip right through it? I don't think we'll just rip right through it. But all of a sudden, the market starts to act a little more bullish. The overall market that everybody considers the market, these things will start to do what we're seeing here. And the SPY is not the market, right? It's 500 stocks. They're 500 important stocks. And, it's cap weighted. So, the top 10 stocks, and they're obviously, more important to the SPY than just the overall market. So I could drone on and on and on and on and on and on. Let's look at some things in some sectors here. And let's start with the Qs, right? Let's go to a weekly time frame on the Qs. Right? We're at the highest point we've been at in 8 months on the Qs. Is that bearish? It's not bearish to me. Am I declaring a bull market? Well, I'm not that bold, but it's not It's not bearish. This is not bearish to me. This is a big line in the sand right here, obviously. And, this next line up here, we could take this and bring this down here. These are going to be big levels to contend with here, obviously. But the price action under the hood, and what I would implore all of you to really think about is this. When we collapsed and we made this bear market, let's go back to the SPY on this, right? So here's our all-time highs, right? When we made these all-time highs right here, and we were floating around here at the beginning of 2022, right? Were more stocks going up or more going down? The answer is more stocks were going down than going up. More stocks were making new lows than they were making new highs, right? When this was going on here. The bear market started here, actually. We didn't call it a bear market till we got down to here, obviously, right? Actually, till we got down to here. Somewhere in here is where it actually was officially declared a bear market, right? But here, do you know what happened here when we made the June lows? Does anybody know what happened here? I know what happened here. We stopped making more new lows than new highs. And we began making more new highs than new lows. And even when we made the October lows right here, do you know that overall we were making more new highs than new lows when the October lows were being put in? As far as I know, that's bullish price action, not bearish price action. So when you hear someone say the S&P 500 is not the stock market, the NASDAQ is not the stock market, right? When you hear someone say that, ask yourself why. Why is it not that, right? got, I don't know, 3, 4, 5,000 stocks in the US stock market. I'm not talking about OTC and pink stuff like that. Let's leave that to its own device, right? So one of the biggest things for me and has helped me in my day trading is being able to put a larger view in with my smaller view, right? Has helped me decide on letting winners run, how tight I want to make stops, how quickly I want to be out of trades when they pull back, right? We bust out of this right here. You better believe I'm going to be, looser stops, right? And letting winners run more. We are not in that environment completely right now. So what am I doing right now? I am closing trades a bit earlier than I would if we were back in a bull run like we were in here, right? In a full-on bull run. The bull run is happening underneath the hood of the market right now. Look at, use the compare count windows. I started thinking about using the compare count windows in new ways, which I'll actually go into in a minute, but I see L Benson here. What is his handle on Twitter? All-Star Charts, at All-Star Charts. I'll put, let me give you a link to it. Oops. Get you a link to JC here. And let me just tell you, JC triggers a lot of people. So I don't know, maybe he's going to be one of the, maybe he'll be one of the people he triggers. Not you, using the royal you. Because some people get very offended by the stuff he says for some reason. I don't know what it is. I mean, I guess I get it. He gets very inflammatory about stuff sometimes, but it's all trading related. Like the only things you ever see JC post about is the market, wine, and food. That's it. And some sports stuff because he loves his Miami Heat. Where are you, Mr. JC Peretz? All right, so bang. So that's JC Peretz right there, Mr. All-Star Charts. Anyways, so, I implore you to, I learned a lot from him. And believe me, I don't always agree with everything he's saying, or I don't always understand some of the stuff he's saying because, he's been doing this for a million years and I've been doing this for, I don't know, not a million years. So things I just don't understand from JC, but always trying. So if there's no other questions coming in, something I actually want to do right now is this. And people wonder, how could I use trade ideas to look under the hood for market breadth, right, on a long-term basis? That is a great question that I thought about over this weekend, right? And this weekend. And so here's something I come back from the symposium to share with you folks. We come to new and we come to a compare count window, right? We got to configure red data and green data, right? And, we talked about new highs and new lows and all that kind of stuff like that, right? So I want to get rid of these things here and we got to go new highs. But in this field here is very important for this, right? New highs. Do we want daily new highs? Sure, that could show us some stuff, right? That could definitely be helpful, right? But what if I want a longer term view of it? What if I want to be looking at, month highs, right? We got 30 days in a month, right? So we can see here that if I put a 365 in here, that equals 52 because this counts weekends. So, a month's 30 days roughly, right? I throw a 30 in there, right? Got my 30. I don't want to just, look at only highs on 30 days because I want to cut out the noise, right? So what if we want, I don't know, I'm going to put some volume metrics in here and let's get some, let's look at some, stocks that are, they mean something to the overall market. So I'm going to put a floor in here, $5, right? But I'm not going to put a cap here at all on my max of stocks. And if anybody has questions on what I'm doing, please ask them because I'm just going to move forward that you understand what I'm doing. What are we layout? It's my own personal layout, and I'm just building something on screen with you that I don't actually do currently, but I will be doing in the future here. I don't know if I'll have this implemented today, tomorrow, the next day. Maybe I'll share this now or save it and share it now and then kind of implement it as I work it out over the next couple of days. But this will be more of a template. But, it's my own personal layout. All right. So now we're what we're doing here is with the alerts, we're looking at stocks that are making new highs, or making new 30-day highs, right? And on the window specific filters, we're looking at stocks. They got to be at least $5. Let's get some volume in here. All right. I want to see stocks at, shares traded on the day. Let's add that filter. Let's get stocks that are at least at 250,000 shares on the day. And now the reason why I'm not afraid to go in at lower prices and lower share volumes, because I want these things showing me, even if it's early in the day, because I'm not looking to trade the stocks coming through this. I'm looking to get a feel of what the market, the full stock market, is doing right now. Share my layout? Yeah, sure. I think I've got a cloud link to that somewhere here. Give me a moment while I'm building this out, and then I'll get you a cloud link to this layout here. So, I'm looking at these kinds of things here. Is there anything else we want to add here? Let's go to filters, right? If anybody can think of something that they think is a big time kind of market look here, let me know. Boy, I'm just feeling really bullish right now. You know what? I'm going to throw another volume metric in here. I'm going to go with the 3-month volume, and I'm going to add that. And nope, I didn't add that. I'm going to add that filter. I'm going to put 75,000 shares on there as well. All right. Now I reserve the right to completely change this in a day or two. I'm making a template. This is a thought that I had while I was at the symposium this week for market breadth, because we're talking so much about market breadth. And I just went over a great example of the market deteriorated at all-time highs. We really were entering a bear market before 99.9% of people knew it on this planet. And I feel we have entered a bull market, or the beginnings of a bull run again, before 99% of the people, and before the technical definition of a bull market for the indices could be declared, right? But under the hood, we're making, for a long time now, more daily highs than lows. That's bullish. That's not bearish, right? So, but I want to put some volume metrics in this, and that's what, to make sure that we're looking at stocks that actually matter to the market as well. I can't think of anything else that I want to put in here. You know what? Maybe I'm going to throw market cap in here too. Is a symposium on YouTube? It's not. You got to be kind of sort of part of the CMT to get it. If you go to the CMT site, maybe email to see if there's a way for you to get it. Was it cmt.net org? Yeah, cmtassociation.org. I think that will get you there. Just give me 1 second to make sure I get the right site for you. I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. And I would implore anybody that is actually passionate about technical analysis, you really, really, really passionate about technical analysis, I would tell you, start looking at the CMT, and thinking about getting that designation. The only downside to it is it costs some money to do, right? But anything worthwhile and all that stuff like that, right? So that's where you can look, email them. I don't know who you're going to get from who will answer the email, but just say, hey, listen, go ahead and name drop. They'll more likely than not, depending on who it is, say, speaking with Chris Varley, he's taking his CMT course. He's in the process of taking his CMT courses. He was at the symposium. Blah 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 blah. Never hurts to throw a name out there. It certainly helped me when I was getting familiar with people there to drop Michael's name. Michael, really helped open some doors with the CMT for me. So. I've made some very, very, very good friends there, in the last year and a half, whatever it is. And like I said, it's a lonely business we work in. It's a lonely, lonely business we work in. And having some like-minded people that you can really connect with in this business, I think is very important. Very, very important. All right, back to what we're doing here. Market cap. I'm going to add a market cap filter here. I'm going to add that filter. Let's go with answer something here. All right. So I'm going to put a market cap. I'll put let's start with 50 million as well. And I'm experimenting with this, folks. So that's what I'm going to leave it at now. All right. So that's the green data I just configured. We're going to press OK. We're going to press OK. And so there's my green data configured. Now I'm going to duplicate that with the red data. Sorry, I see how do we capture a stock making higher low for multiple days or weeks or months? I would shoot you towards position and range and change filters, right? Must read ones. Really, the only technical analysis books that I've read are the CMT curriculum level 1. I'm halfway through level 2 right now. Tools and tactics for the master day trader. What else did I read? I don't know if it's a technical analysis books, but Market Wizards and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Those are the only ones that I've actually read there, Sam. So, all right, now let's configure this data here. I'm running out of time. All right, new lows, right? Window specific filters. Let's go. I think we said 5 here, and we put no cap there. We got rid of that. Volume today, I think we said 250,000 shares. 2, 3. We said 75,000 shares here, and we think we said 50 million. Yeah, you could look for Wiley for CMT level 1 and 2, and there's 3 also. Wiley, CMT, they're different books. They're expensive books. Then you want tools and tactics for the master day trader. That's going to be by Oliver Velez. I think that's how you spell his name. But here's the thing with tools and tactics. There's more of a mind-based stuff. There is stuff. The first half of the book is more mindset of a trader, and second half is, goes into some technical analysis stuff. You may find it helpful. You may not find it helpful. The other one was a lot of these are kind of more mindset books than actual, analysis books, with the exception of the CMT curriculum and Schwager. I spelled that wrong. Schwager. And the Remnants of Stock Operators by Edwin. That's a Remnants of Stock Operator. Those are the guys that wrote those books. So, all right, selected. Oh, and I got to put the 30 days here. Right, I think that was everything that I did there. Okay, let me just double check that again. All right, so we've got it. All right, there's our item here. All right, and we'll see what happens here. Now, this is something, run each day. Run it for the full day. I'm going to go ahead and share this. Feel free to change it. The odds are that this will not stay the same for very long for me. I'm going to probably experiment with it in the coming days and weeks. If you guys remind me, I will. Let me rename this window. Forget, how do we name this? I forget, what do we name this as? 30. My mouse, I think, is dying, and probably a sin of mine using a wireless mouse like this. Okay, let's see if that changed the name. 30-day market breadth versus negative. We can. I think the other name is from the red data. So let's do one more. Configure 30-day market breadth. You can just get rid of that there, no name. Oh, that didn't work at all the way I wanted it to. Highs. Let's try this. And I hear you, sir.
Well, I didn't hear your timer.
Oh, you know what? I left my earphones in. I ran from one thing to the next. I just never even realized it. And by the time I realized it was 12:35, I'm like, well, there's no point in taking these things out at this point.
It's funny. I heard you talking about JC and all, and yeah, he gets hammered. Not anymore, but I don't mean drunk. I mean, he used to get hammered daily about because he'd say we're not in the bear market, we're not in the bear market, we're not in the bear market, and and that's months ago, and so that's why I started in my pre-market routine. Well, let's just take a look at the at the major sectors. How many of them are actually below the 200-day? Not that that's necessarily the be all and the end all.
No, but it was a great indicator.
Yeah, it's amazing so right now, I mean, and in those days, of course, financials were way above also. Only reason they're down now because of what happened. But there are only, I think there's financials, not real estate, retail, and I believe consumer discretionary. Those are the three that are below. And financials are getting closer though. Financials are starting to inch their way back up to that 200-day.
Yep, and he said the most important, the most important level. He said the most important chart in the world, he thinks right now, is this XLF chart, and that if we take out the 2008, I think we're at the 2008 lows or something like that. I forget what it was now. He said we take that out. He said look out below. That could be it for everything. That could be our quote unquote market Armageddon moment. So, he said that I'll argue that this is the most important chart right now in the entire world, is holding on to, I don't know, whatever level it was. And I'd have to go back through his slides. I got a slide somewhere, I have a link to them. So I'll have to go through those. And maybe if someone asks me again, I'll show it again. But no, some of what you just said there is exactly what he said. Which one's my favorite? I don't think I have a favorite, to be honest, Sam. I like them all for different reasons, like having a favorite child. You never have a favorite child, right? You're not supposed to anyways.
Always the first one.
Yeah. I'd say, the market wizards is really good, getting into some of these titans and the things that they've done, used, and gone through. I really, really, really like market wizards. As a new trader, tools and tactics for the master day trader help put me in a winner's mindset. Unfortunately, my trading didn't follow through very, very much so for a long time, for a couple of years, but put me in that, there are no successful traders who are really negative, and, even perma bears that make money, I don't think you'll find them, to be negative. They're just, they have their tools and indicators that work for them, showing markets going down. But they're winners. They're still winners, in life. So that's why the tools and tactics is near and dear to my heart in that regard. But yeah, so Barry, I had this thought, all these people use different softwares out there, and they're, these market breadth and all that stuff like that. And I thought, gee, we can do it with the compare count windows intraday. I'm like, how do we do it long-term basis? And I said, what the heck, we've got the new highs, and I can give it a days on when the new highs are being made over what days, and new highs and new lows. So here we are experimenting and just kind of walk through this whole thing. New highs.
I was listening to you. I was
on 30 days. And I don't know, I'm sure I'll adjust this as the time goes on. I don't want, garbage stocks that have nothing to do with the market whatsoever influencing it, at least too much. But anyways, so, the beginnings of something new here that I don't think, if anybody uses compare count windows in this regard, I'm not aware of it. I don't think anybody here that works here uses them like this. So here we are.
Yeah, I don't, but it's good. Yeah, I like it. I see what you're doing. It's for longer term trading and all that, or getting a sense of direction. Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know if you were around when I'm crying in my soup, as you would say right now. So I took ATOM, and, I took it here on this candle here, and I got it at actually 809, and then we flopped around like this, and I wasn't sure what the SPY was going to do. The SPY started to pull back here just after I'd taken it, and this is chopping around, and it was a SPY recovering, but was it going to be able to get up or whatever? And so I exited it with a modest gain, and it just chopped around afterwards for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it takes off. Now, if I was feeling more bullish, like I have been, but I also want to keep my emotions separate from being pumped up from the symposium for a few days, running on the high of that. But, if I was starting to really feel more bullish, and more things are indicating more bullish, I'm probably going to let winners run a little bit more, give them a little leeway. But over the last several months, it hasn't been that way for me. And I've let some winners turn to losers, or given away a lot of the gains. And, while I eked out the gain, I should have gotten out with more money without a question. And so, that's why looking at these longer term time frames, we've got a stock here, ATOM. It's got a relative volume of, 3.5, but it's only traded 600,000 shares. So, yes, it's doing more than normal, but how much more than, how liquid is it, and how much is the overall market affecting it? And the same thing kind of happened to me with CDLX, now much more liquid stock, obviously, today. But the same idea here, it was getting whippy, and, I just wasn't going to let a winner turn to a loser, and, closed it, and I closed it for a nice win. But I think I could have given it more leeway. If the market continues to do what it's doing, I think I need to really take a look
but
at.
It's tough, Chris.
It is
tough. I mean, those ones you're talking about, I mean, they're pretty volatile. So you'd have to put wider stops in.
Yes.
Even if you're overall a little bit more bullish on the market and wanted to help, you'd have to put wider stops then.
Yes.
And, because you still need to stop.
And I've also, I've scaled back my trade size over the last year a lot. Both intraday and swing trading, so now it becomes, if we're in an environment that is more conducive to winners running, can I start to scale in a little bigger? And, can I start to scale out a little earlier to let some winners run? All of a sudden, we get an entry at $8, it moves up to 820, and I've got, 1,000 shares. Now, all of a sudden, shedding 300 of those shares, and now, it allows me a little more, because I'm not doing things like that right now. When we were in the last, real bull run through, the end of 2020 into 2021, I was able to do things like that. I was share sizing bigger. I was scaling out, scaling some stuff out earlier and then letting the remainder run. That stopped working for me sometime in mid 2022. And so I stopped doing it, So, these are the, all the stuff that I'm always thinking about.
Listen, Chris, it's interesting because they were telling me that my screen was blurry on my presentation, and Sam is saying your screen is more clear than my screen when I'm
Hmm.
presenting. And I'm just wondering, is there something within YouTube you're doing, or
Nope. I
um,
just come in here like normal, and that's
like
it.
normal? And what
Yeah.
about your settings on your computer? Or
My display settings. I mean, I've got I'm running scale 120%. I'm running 2560 by 1440 on that landscape. I don't have any kind of fancy graphics card, or I don't even actually have a graphics card in this computer.
right? Okay. Well, that
Um,
that I'll take a look at that resolution, but you see, okay. So Pepe says both the same. Okay, good.
okay.
Well, because then
Now,
I'm thinking, is there something I'm supposed to be doing? So
one thing I would
Chris,
say that YouTube does to me that drives me nuts for whatever reason. Let me find YouTube here and bring it over and YouTube does to me show this. Whoops. Whoop, there's my.
here's your
Here we
vote.
go. In here on this, check this here because oftentimes it changes my quality to auto. And if you put it here on 1080, you're going to find the quality a lot better. Make sure you've got it up on that right there. So
Should
it's
have it
really
on
kind of
1080, but where do you, I'm sorry, where do you see that again?
on YouTube itself. Now, this is for them viewing, not for us showing.
Right. Well, I've got it on high. Yeah, no, I've got it on high definition, quality, auto.
So
It says,
oftentimes
well,
I
it
get stuff
says
that's
auto
really.
and it says 1080.
Yeah. So, but I have times where it says it's in high definition on auto, and then I click the 1080, and it looks better all of a
Okay,
sudden for me.
I've just done that. I've just done that. I
1080
just
is still
clicked on the
blurry.
quality. Okay, let me take over. Okay, and let's see what
All right,
we'll see what
and
happens.
I'll give a look here. I'll put this on full screen as
Okay,
well.
so I've just taken over, guys.
A bit of a delay.
Not sure what to do though. I mean, if
No, I mean you look good to me here.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, 1080 I'm on. I got a full screen. I mean, obviously things get a little more blurry on full screen. It's just the way it's going to be.
mm-hmm.
But I can make out everything on there. From the momentum up.
Well, they're
LEJUZY.
saying the symbols don't look
They're not crisp, but
right. That's
they're
why it's too bad we can't get under that Discord because it is absolutely completely crisp and beautiful. And
right.
it's funny though because how many people do we actually get in YouTube?
I'm not sure. It's funny when I'm scaled down, it looks a little more crisp than when I'm scaled up. Also,
Mhm. Okay. Well, listen, Chris, I'll let you go because I got to get back in the other room now.
right,
And
right, right. Of course.
thank you, by the way, thank you, and I'll thank you for Friday. I haven't let anybody know yet, but I'll thank you for Friday.
Ah, okay.
And
Very good. Very good.
remember,
I
remember.
couldn't possibly forget. It's on my calendar.
Okay, okay. Thanks a lot.
You got it, Barry. Thank you, everybody, for hanging, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Take care, everyone. Adios.
Of the rooms. There we go. BB, you're saying so in your opinion, it looks crisp, like it looks fine in your opinion. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Seem to be having some kind of a resolution problem. Hmm. Well, there's really, yeah. I mean, there's nothing I can do on my end on my computer, and all I can do is, yeah. But as Chris said, even though auto says it's supposed to go to 1080, I will actually choose 1080, and maybe I don't know. Oh, I see. You've got me on multiple screens. Okay. Thanks, Paradox. All right, guys. This Tudor Perini had some, to me, it looked like a pretty amazing news, and it doesn't have a big float. Um, but it's not really acting like I mean, some of these stupid low flow Chinas that go crazy for nothing. Excuse me. So Tutor Perini was soaring after winning a $2.95 billion contract. Now, again, over how many years and how much money will they make, et cetera, et cetera. But you would think that, with that float, 41 million, you would have thought maybe there'd be a little more activity, but not even close. Hmm. Meanwhile, as I was just kind of leaving, boy, that GD, that was crazy, wasn't it? Or the GDC. Remember, as I was leaving, remember I said I'm going to put I didn't get it though. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. That I was going to put a price alert at the high of the day, which at that point I think was 16, and probably would have taken a little bit. Okay, but I was on my little break. But what a move, 26. Yeah, I know the Discord channel is crystal clear. I know that, Chris. Just have that stupid, well, not stupid. It's just the way it is. Minimum number or maximum number of viewers is 50. And look at this Zixi. My goodness. I mean, this Zixi went crazy too. ZYXI. I don't think this is not a China stock, but look at this move. What a tremendous trend. And it still literally has some room. 1535 is the next high looking left. 1537 is the next high. And I don't see any news. And the reason I sort of haltingly say that is I keep kind of scouring headlines to see if I can find anything. And I don't stake is lowered by Janny McMuck. I don't see any. I mean, okay, Wainwright, reiterates buy reckon, but that was on the 29th. We're on the first now. And I don't know what propelled this one. It's not China. It's not low. It's relatively low float, 19.8 million. So guys, what you're seeing here, these are simulated trades, okay? And so this is still my simulated trade with GME, 2294. So obviously you'd have to check to see when that was. It's probably a couple of weeks now at least, holding this short. The IDYA, I put this in, again, I was demonstrating how to take trades. And if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade, or you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Same thing, I took this ATUS last week at some point, just keeping them in here. The IDYA was, I decided to keep it in. They did a financing. The financing knocked it down, but there are some pretty lofty price targets put on this one by a whole bunch of different firms. So I thought, you know what, keep it in. Well, it gives an estimate, Steve. Okay, there is no, for instance. Okay, okay, TDEU, for instance, is halted, right? So halted. Yeah. So this is what you'll see. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the TEDU, there's the Hall price, and here is in theory where it could open. Okay, but that's not written in stone. As you can flip around. A lot of time, in fact, it's hard for me to believe it'll open right at the Hall price. A lot of times you'll see, especially after the first halt, you'll see, make up some numbers, 441, and then you'll see it moving. So there's no hard and fast rule. You see what it's doing. It just moved there. So there's no hard and fast rule that says after 5 minutes, this is exactly where it's going to open. But it gives you an idea, if you're in something, You want to see at least the same price. You don't want to see, "Ooh, it's going to open at like 3, you know, if a person were in this one right now. Okay. Here's another one. Here's the UTME, like at 118, 119, 119. Nothing. This got halted earlier too, didn't it? But because these are usually 5-minute halts, a lot can happen in 5 minutes. I have to take it off the simulator because it just slows my system down, I think. Did not see this one, I know that I knew it had released earnings, but it just didn't seem that exciting. ON in the pre-market didn't really do much. Shouldn't say that at 8 o'clock. Actually, I guess I must have seen it a little bit earlier. So I must have not thought too much of it, but definitely ON. I have no idea about AMD's earnings that will be released today, Mateo. I don't think like that. Okay. I don't try to guess. I don't care what I read. Okay, so I'm not trying to dismiss you on something like that, but I have no idea. I mean, you can look here and, at the ahead of earnings, it was certainly dropping, but in the last couple of days, okay. But I don't try to guess. I don't try to guess what I think. There, therefore, well, I think it's going to be good, so I'm going to take this into earnings. I never ever trade. I never take it. I never hold a stock through earnings. Never. And I know there's lots of websites out there. Earnings websites that will try to make predictions about what's going to happen, and that's fine. I just don't read any of that stuff. Ugh, how ugly was this after that big pop here? Pretty big pop. VANL went from what, 11 to 13. Look at this. I have one on my homepage, Frank. Frank asking a question. Do I have an option play alert window? I have one on my homepage. In a moment, I'll show you. You got it, Paradox. You take as long as you want. Um, So when you click on my homepage link, so Frank, this is somebody's asking, do I have an option play alert window? And the answer is yes. So again, if you scroll down until you get to my scans, click here, and I hope, yeah, option plays. There you go. Okay. Well, do you understand what the option plays are? Just all it's showing you are stocks having abnormal option activity. So I mean, that's all it's showing you. Okay. It's just another way of trying to zero in on a stock that is having abnormal activity. But looking at the options, it's got, if you're asking, well, then does it help you trade the options? It's not looking at the Greeks or anything like that. Um, so it's just how I've been told it helps people who trade options is that at least it identifies the stocks that are active in terms of option activity. and then you can look at those, and then you can probably take a look at those and see, then check your option chain and all that. So it's not actually trading op. It's not helping. It's not a scan on options as such, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Well, here's this multi-strat. This is the don't repeat. Okay, so moving higher is strong options volume 300%. What that means, it's trading at least three times the normal activity it has had over the last 10 days, as an example. Okay. So if a stock has traded 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, before you would see that stock using this particular alert window, you would have to trade 6,000 options, 300% ratio three. This is just showing you maybe a little bit early, maybe, so it's 150%, one and a half times. You can have them all checked if you want, but, and why I used to only have the 300%. And then I thought, you know what? Well, what if maybe I can catch them just a little bit earlier as they're ramping up in the option activity. So, so this is moving higher and these are moving lower. Okay. If you only want to have one of them checked, that's fine. But that's really what it's all about. So again, it's nothing to do with scanning for options other than showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity. You look at IMGN as an example. Today's option volume number of contracts total 21,000. That's 239%, 2.3 times normal over the last 10 days. And that's easily displayed in a single stock window. Here's this IBRX 5,000 5.7 5,700 contracts. That's 49 times normal. You get some weird, like not right on the 5 minutes. We're starting to get some weird ones here. So the TEDU, well, it's very close. Okay, close enough. Call that 116 and it opened at 121. Yeah, okay, that's close enough. Usually these halts. So here's the LEJU. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see this one quite a bit. Normally these are 5 minute halts. So that's when you see the time here, 121 plus 26 seconds. So in theory, if it's a 5 minute halt, Eastern time, of course, 126 plus 26 seconds. And guess what? China. And guess what? Oops, let me find it again. Low float. China, low float. All right, guys. Well, I've got to do a video, and then at 2 o'clock, I'm hopefully it's going to be just a short meeting. It's this monthly development meeting that I like to sit in on, hear the developers talking about what status we are, various things that we're doing. And that happens once a month, and they allow me to sit in on it. So that's at 2 o'clock Eastern. Also, this one has had a wild day. This ASND, very wild day. Had the news in the pre-market, got up to 87.09. And then the market, before the market opened, I mean, it dropped all the way down to 75, it's back up to 85, back down to 80. So we've got this, I mean, if it can take out the high of the day, I mean, this had news, okay? But look at the look at the potential void fill for ASND. And just look at this daily chart. Don't even have to look at a weekly. Just look at the daily chart. $109 is the next high. So even though, I mean, you look at a headline, the FDA rejects. I mean, that looks horrible, and you've really got to dive into this. And so this is sort of the tempering that whole that first headline that you see rejecting, but you got to dive into this a little bit more and see that well, it's not as horrible as that, and that's why it has gone up. All right, guys, I will do my video now. And the time is 1:26, so say 1:36, no later than, shouldn't be. Muting myself now. Sorry, guys, I'm back. What's hold? Well, Jamie, I mean, so the question is, take a look at WAFU. What is holding this down? Only 1.24 million in the float, 3.9 is gridlock, moves fast. Well, I mean, to understand, I mean, there's no reason for this to be high, right? There's no reason for this move. So consequently, there's no news, there's no nothing, just one of these China low float situations. And, I mean, but there's no volume coming in also. Just take a look at the volume. If you look at my 15-minute chart, there's no volume. So the volume is drying up. So there's, nobody's interested in it right now. It's really, it's almost that simple. Until you see some volume coming in, why are you going to buy it? It's underneath the VWAP, 291. But what's holding it down is just lack of interest right now. I mean, when you look at the previous moves, look at the volume that came in on the 15, you know. But right now, ever since, really 11 o'clock, the volume is just, dwindled. Somebody was asking me about WAFU. Like, why is it not moving higher with the low float and all right, guys. There's the hymns. We haven't seen somebody mention hymns earlier today. This was a good one. This was earnings day right here, back on May the 8th. I am wrong. That's April 18th. What's going on here? May the 8th. Hmm? Hey, don't listen to me. It's May the 8th coming up. I had some news here. I can't remember what it was. Had some news on April 18th that caused it to pop. Unless they were, I think what they might have been doing, it's one of these companies that kind of hinted, sort of, knowing that their release is on the 8th, but they kind of said, you know what? Things are looking good for the upcoming quarter. Kind of we'll call it a pre-release. So it may as well have been an earnings release on that day. Now we'll see what happens on the actual earnings release day. Lockheed Martin. I just, I'm just don't trade like that though. Target 721. Okay. Or Lockheed Martin. I know you. Yep. They have earnings. So they already, so earnings has been passed. Obviously, not a great reaction to earnings right there. Hey guys, well, that's one reason I have my sound toggle off. Thinking I should get some alerts. All right, guys, there's a somewhat amusing internal discussion. Hey, what's happening here? BAOS, resumption, resume. Ugh. Yeah, 488,000. I mean, whether that is completely correct in the float or, but it's going to be crazy low. I wonder if this will continue tomorrow, all these low flow situations. But as somebody pointed out, I think we have something like 1,200 stocks releasing earnings this week. And so we'll see starting tomorrow. Well, an earnings play for me is any company that releases after hours. So after hours today, and then tomorrow morning before the market opens. Those are the earnings plays. So we don't have too many of them, because not too many companies release Friday afternoon and not a ton released this morning, but we will we'll have a lot of activity earnings wise for the rest of the week. And that's what I'm hoping to see if I can capture my new favorite type of trade, trading some of these ones earnings. They got hammered down pre-market, maybe have a little wee pop and then a continuation down, especially when you look left and there's a lot of room. Look at that. See, look at that. I don't think it's shortable for me, but that SNPG, I mean, these China stocks, however, you never know later on in the day. But this is a pretty big pullback. Yeah, I forget about it. Yeah, I forget about this one. I was hoping maybe if it pull back to 7, because later on in the day they may get going, and if it takes out the high of the day, could just rip. But I don't think this is going to happen for this one. SNTG. United Kingdom. Okay, UK. Don't think I've ever seen this one. I really don't think I've seen this one before. Look at this. UK, guys. Wow. Another China stock. Low float. Wow. Sort of, these are all like next on the hit parade for a while. For a while. I'm sure this one probably Bonzo, BNSO, probably another one. Yep. Just incredible. These China low floaters. Boy, look at this. I mean, look at the room, Scott. $12. The next high looking left. Oh, I'm in none of these. I'm not in these. I mean, I'm just seeing them now. The way I get in is if ever any sort of a potential pullback, and then maybe a pop close to the high. I mean, look at this. I don't think I saw this in the pre-market at all. $2 high. What time was that? 4 odds. Why I wasn't looking at my computer at 4:30 at 4:30 Eastern time. Which would have been 1:30 my time. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but my guess is it's not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, BANL, yeah, not shortable for me. Other low float, the Malaysia. All right, guys. TGTX, where could it keep going? TGTX. TGTX, where could it keep going? Well, got to back this weekly out quite a bit. Wow. Next highs 36, 36. Looks like 36 are the next highs. Looking left. This has been on a tremendous run over the last month. Well, 3 weeks plus today. It's gone from basically 16 to 30. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, this is one that's just sort of sitting on the VWAP right here. KBR had earnings today, pre-market. KBR had earnings pre-market. And it's just sitting on the VWAP, 59.38, 59.45. Will it move off and try to bit of a late day run, maybe? What was the high? Was it around 60? May not have enough room percentage wise. Yeah, I don't think too many people have this one to short, which is too bad. BANL continues to move down from my 10-day daily breakdown. The alert was at 470, 410 now, but I don't think too many people have this one. The ability to short this one. It's nonsensical though. I mean, last week, what did it get up to? 22, 4. I don't know what you mean, paradox, but okay. Here's another one. CFG 2913 is the VWAP. It just kind of, again, just kind of sitting on it, doing nothing. All right, let's take a look at some some. So a couple of the cruisers, guys, RCL and NCLH are. I mean, I just think this is well. Hey, this is trying to break out. Actually, on the daily chart, some room, a little bit of room on the weekly, $74. RCL will probably look something similar. RCL. Hmm. How about CCL? Well, CCL is very different, guys. I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average. Let me take a look at NCLH also. Where is it with respect to the 200-day? Yeah, so the NCLH is actually breaking through the 200-day moving average. So I didn't even realize this. This is actually an earnings play. So yes, I must have said something good. Okay, guys, I'm trying to get set for this meeting. If I can find the link to it. All right, guys, I found the link, so I'm going to mute myself now. Ah, give me a moment. So many, so many tabs open. Hey, what time is it now? So it is 2:52. So maybe another half an hour, and then I'll be shutting down. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to be shutting down at about 3:20. So one last look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including a nice 25% discount promo code that you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, again, this is the promo code you can use. This is what you'll see first. Minute. This is what you'll see first. So here's a promo code MAYO 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And I would encourage you if before you take out an annual, you don't ever have to take out an annual, but I know obviously the reason people take out annuals is to get the best per month price, but you have to pay up front. But you can always try us out for a month right here. Okay, here, try us out. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You'll get the 25% discount off the first month. And if you decide that you wouldn't mind an annual and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101 is for those of you who are either brand new to trading or hey, maybe you're looking for a refresher course about trading. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It is free. Trade of the week. Now, what did it do? Trade of the week is DHI. I know it triggered by about a penny. Let's see what it's doing right now. Okay, I don't know what the stop is, but I'm sure it hasn't hit the stop yet. But the trigger was 110. So, just by a couple of pennies, I got in there, 110.03. So how you trade it, of course, will be up to you if you took the trade. But I know that there is a stop. I just don't know what it is. But if you got the email, just take a look at the email. It's going to outline where the stop is. The education section is here, and then my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. Ones that I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This is the race that you see. This race right up here. The large cap gainers. My favorite scans, the 10-day daily breakout and down. The momentum scan, this is it's not quite the same look. I've sort of created a different look for this. I think it's a little less cluttered, but it's a momentum scan. What I've done here is you will see, for instance, if PETZ made another new high, you will see it. You just won't see it over and over and over again every time it makes a new high, if that makes sense. So you won't see it in a list, PETZ, PETZ, PETZ. You'll see it when it makes a new high, and you'll see the time, but you'll only see it instead of continuously. You'll just see it the one time. Again, that sounds confusing. You'll see it every time it makes a new high. You just won't see it in a sort of in a repeating version. And then the don't repeat is, of course, the first time it made a new high. So here it is. PETZ met all the filter requirements at 2:16 Eastern time. The price is 175, and now you can look left, and you can see that it did hit 214. So from 175 to 214, from 216 the time to 242. So not bad. Again, these are ideas. All these are ideas. They are not strategies that, when you get an alert, you just take the trade. So if you save my link, and what I would appreciate it, yeah, if you save my homepage link, and then if you want to take out a subscription and then use this promo code, and then of course, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. Well, now's a good time for questions. As I say, I'm winding this up in about 20 minutes. And for those of you who are new, this room is like this Monday to Friday, basically between 9 on the mic between 9 and say 3:30, 3:20 or so. Okay. I do open the main room no later than 8 o'clock, all times Eastern. So between 8 and 9, you guys can talk amongst yourselves. And I get on the mic on all the rooms at 9 o'clock. Bitcoin stocks are selling all day long, as in selling off. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, look at Bitcoin. Look at Mara now through that 200-day again. Riot probably still above it, but yeah, Riot is still above, quite a bit above that 200-day moving average. Guys, look what's starting to move down, and it's shoot, I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. Excuse me, TGTX. I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. Like it's reached a peak for today anyway. And 2875, yeah, is the 200 is the VWAP, so could be a bit of a magnet. Yeah, it kept butting its head up against 31. You know what just came out of some consolidation, which could be a late day runner, is NNOX. NNOX. Look at the consolidation. Come on. Consolidation and boom. So there's the VWAP 975. That was kind of sitting right on the VWAP. And now, of course, this was a big runner early. Pre-market, I got up to almost 12. Yeah, YouTube paradox. So let's, yeah. So I mean, this one could be that late day runner. It is pretty well. It's a pretty big float compared to what we've been used to. I mean, that's a big move. 77% with that float. That's a big move. The next high looking left is around 13 something on the weekly chart. What did it get to in the pre-market? Got up to 12. You're short just okay. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Chris. Yeah, I wish I'd seen that. Paying a little more attention to that. I think I was on my. What time did that happen? Yeah, 1:45. So yeah, 2 o'clock is when I got into that meeting. Right around there. Yeah, it's nice, definitely a nice break. And if your target could be the VWAP 2875, little reversion to the VWAP. Yeah, the absolutely. May yeah, you don't have to wait to Cinco de Mayo. No, it's valid right now, Blair. Question was, is that promo code active right now? Yes, it is. So just click on my homepage link and then you can use that code. Oh, that's a good, yeah, Cam. I mean, that probably is one to watch. Especially if it closes near the high. Yeah. Yeah. Geez, I wish I'd seen this. Yeah, if it closes near the high. Now, this is, ridiculously risky, so I wouldn't be taking very many shares. You tried, it's not working? Really? Well, I tried it this morning, I thought, but let me remember it's got to be caps. It's not an O. It's well, let me make sure. Oh, it's not. Come on. That's working. I think maybe you typed in the number 0 instead of the letter O, and it's all got to be caps. Okay? It's all got to be caps. Try it again, please, Blair. GDC has no history though, right? Yeah, this is a, well, we'll call it a lifetime high. It has no history. So history meaning there's nothing to stop it. There's in its place. But I just have to tell you, be awfully careful. You can't assume that it's going to go up to $265 like Tops did. So, mortgage the ranch and or the farm and get everything into this, please. Steve Gomez used a certain time frame in a vid. I wonder if he knew Bruce, who also used that particular. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that is well, actually, the 130. Yeah, you're talking about the 5 day. Well, that's Brian Shannon. Now there might be another guy named Bruce, but Brian Shannon is the one who turned him onto that. So I can't tell you if so this will be really interesting, this GDC, if it, especially if it starts to, if it holds the highs, it doesn't like really crater all the way back down to 20. But if it holds these highs, and who knows, maybe it does sort of a tops after hours. Tops after hours, see if I can bring that up because I haven't seen one like that in a long time. And again, not saying this is going to happen with this GDC, but look at it go. Let me see if I can bring up this big chart of top and see if I can show you what I'm talking about. $15, that's why. Am I having really bad lag? Ugh, okay. I'll get it right. There we go. Now I need a 15-minute chart. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, okay? That happened on the 27th. That's last Thursday. And this had already, you can't see it right here, but there's top right there. That's basically where it closed. And that was a big percentage move. But look how it basically closed near the high, okay? And then after hours, it did this absolutely nonsensical move all the way up to $260. Again, not saying that's going to happen. But that is so that's why I want to see if this other one, the GDC, if it can close near the highs and see what happens after hours. All right, guys. Well, again, we won't know until what time is it now? 3:09. So the high of the day was right up here at 35.60 51. Yeah, well, this spread is going to be crazy. I mean, it's going to be crazy. Probably never really totally settle down. But as I say, just anybody doing this has to, know your risk. Oh my gosh, guys. Well, what can I say? Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I mean, this is wildly crazy. I mean, it got up to 39. But again, you've got to, hopefully, if you got into this, you got in, around that 30 mark. Okay. Because now you've got some leeway to see if it really, really does the absolute insanity. I mean, it's already, for me, it's already done a bit of an insanity, but man. Yeah, give me 2,500. Right. Oh man, this Oh man, into the 40s now. Guys, I'm gonna have to leave, okay? Because this is, I got to, well, I gotta really watch this. I cannot let this get away from me. So thanks. Thanks for all the help. CAY. Okay, I'll open the room tomorrow. Yeah, of course, I'll open the room tomorrow. You can come into the main room no later than 8. I'll open it no later than 8. Okay, I'll get on the mic everywhere at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you. Sorry, guys, trying to piece this in. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, YouTubers, same thing with you guys.